Hey guys, welcome back to my colourful country life. Today I thought it'd be a lot of fun to share an updated look at every single page I have coloured since the beginning of my adult colouring hobby. Now, I have mentioned before that my adult colouring hobby really started back in 2018 when Johanna Basford first released World of Flowers. I did receive that as a Christmas gift from my husband, along with a 150 set of Prismacolor pencils. I did do some colouring prior to that as mindfulness exercises and relaxation. I hadn't really delved into the colouring hobby, nor did I realise there was a whole community out there. I do have some of my work from back then, which was honestly just me colouring on the lounge with a Johanna Basford book, some Staedtler Tri-Plus fine liners, nothing fancy. I had zero care over colour choices and colour placements. I purely was in need of something to reduce my anxiety levels, and I had tried everything else you could think of. So I'm sure some of you found this hobby or started this hobby in a similar way as well. So I will show you some of those pages when we get to Johanna Basford books. So this is going to be a full walkthrough of all my colouring books. I am going to be skipping over any PDF pages or loose pages. I do also have some books in my collection that have they are here for sentimental reasons, and I won't be showing them today either, as they're not books for me to colour, but more like keepsakes. So when I say sentimental reasons, one is just World of Colour, the compilation book from Kirby, and that's because one of my Kirby pages is in the book, and another book I coloured the cover image, that sort of thing. So they're just uncoloured books that are keepsakes, so they're not really considered part of my collection. They're just sort of sentimental books. But I cannot wait to show you all the pages I have completed in my books over the years. So let's dive straight in. This is going to be in no particular order. I'm just going to go shelf by shelf. I haven't gone through my books and tagged any pages either, so there's just way too many to tag. I'm just going to flip through them, I think. So I absolutely love filming these videos. It is so much fun to look back on older work, and I get so inspired flipping through my books as well. So let's get started. Okay, so we're going to start off with our Melpomeni Chatzipanagiotou books, and I do have all three of her books. This is the first one that she released back in, I think it was 2021. Yep, 2021. She does have a new one coming out next year in March of 2025, and that is Dream Voyage. I am looking forward to that one. Actually, is Circle of My Life my favourite? I think it is. I do really like Enchanted Earth too. I think this is my favourite. I used to say I could colour every single page in this book, but I haven't coloured enough. This is my page tracker, by the way. I don't know if I've got this up on my Ko-fi site. If not, I'll have to pop it up there. You might see this in the back of some of my books. I've just used some double-sided tape to tape it down, and I just write the page number, what mediums I use to colour. I just write down the main mediums usually, so the main pencils, or products for backgrounds. I don't usually write down all the different like embellishments and stuff like that. There's just not enough room for all of those things. And then what date I completed it to. So you can see I did a few in 2021, and then I coloured in it again in 2024. So I don't think I picked it up after 2021 until this year. So it was a couple of years I didn't colour in this book, but I do love this page. This is all Prismacolor pencils. We've got Distress ink in the background. It is a very limited palette. We've just got greens, those yellows, oranges and reds, and that is all that's been used for the entire page. But despite it being a limited palette and only those sort of three colours, we've used different tones of greens, of course. So we've got sort of like these bluey greens in the background, and then the yellowy greens on the birds. Same with some of the leaves too throughout the page. So I've used different tones of greens. I do love a limited palette, and this is before I started adding any sparkles to the pages. So you'll see, so this would have been from 2021. There is a colour along for this up on the channel too. If there is any colour alongs, I will try to remember to mention them. I won't be tagging them up here or down in the video description because there's going to be way too many. But if you go to my playlists, I either have them by artist or by book. So Kirby's are all by book. Johanna Basford's are all by book. It just depends on how often I colour in them. So Melpomeni, it might just be a Melpomeni playlist instead of by book. But all the colour alongs, you will find them in there if you just have a look in my playlists. I was going to say something else and now I've already forgotten. I do love this book. I did suggest this as a full book colour along at one point too. It just didn't get the votes. I've gone to colour this octopus so many times. I love these, the seahorses. The underwater pages are always my favourite. I know some people can be put off by the very dark lines in these books, but I find if you use really bold, vibrant colours, like if you base with maybe water-based markers or something like that, you can't really use alcohol markers because this is a double-sided book, unless you want to sacrifice the page behind. I love giraffes. But, oh, is there something in there? No, I love this page too, and this page. And this page. See, now I start flipping through all my books again. You kind of forget what's in them until you start flipping through them. Prismas, and is that distressing? Yes, I can see, you can see the little circle mark there. Beginning of my distressing journey. And no sparkles. So it's just basically pencils and white gel pen, and I've added another medium into the background. That'd be my white Signo too, I imagine. I went through a phase when at the beginning of my colouring it was white Posca. Then I went to a white Signo. There was the Arteza. The white Arteza gel pen was in there at some point too. And then I think it was the white Signo, and now it's a Trolle Art white. Always on the lookout for really good white pens. Such a pretty book. Now, where are my other pages? That was the one from 2024. This one, I think I based pretty much all the elements with water-based markers with my Tombos. The background was Neocolor 2. Yeah, so Neocolor 2 for the background. Everything was based with Tombow water-based markers. And then I went in with polychromos over the top. And my beloved golden colour is the KJ Designs by Karen Paint in Golden. So sparkly. We've got some, that's Trolle Art. That's a Trolle Art acrylic paint pen too. And of course my Trolle Art white. And I think there's something else. Oh, this one here. This one is just Prismacolor pencil. So you can kind of see the difference in the depth of colours from just using pencils to basing with something. And how the lines don't stand out as much when you use basing as they do when you're just using pencils. But I could have gone in and whited out some of these lines too, like on these mountains and stuff and on the smoke. I think that was the first page I coloured in this book, actually. I love this page. It's not colourful, but I do love the colour palette. This was all Prismas, the entire thing, including the background. And I just love how it turned out. It does really give you that moody, rainy feel, I think. I think that's it for this book. Yeah, Circle of Love. Now, if you do see any pages as I'm flipping through, or any books that you may not have known were in my collection and you want to colour along, just let me know down in the comments and I will jot them down and see what I can do in the new year. Next up is Nature Mandalas. This was Melpomeni's second book and it is my least favourite. So I've only coloured this one page here, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I like those pages. These ones here. Very reminiscent of Johanna Basford's Lost Ocean, with the way the fish are drawn. But yeah, this is the only page I've coloured in this book. This was Neocolor 2s on the background. This is when I was first starting to learn with my Neocolor 2s. The pencils, that looks like Prismas. Do I have? No, I don't have the sheet in back. That looks like Prisma pencils to me. Just looking at the colours in this leaf here. And Neocolor 2s in the background. And there's nothing on here. There's no white gel pen. There's no sparkle. There's nothing happening. Just a full pencil page. And no wonder my pages used to take me so long to colour when it was just pencils. Yeah, so this is a nice page too. So there are some good pages in here. That one would be fun to colour too. But out of her 3 books, this is the one I'm least likely to reach for. But it is single-sided, which is great. You can use your alcohol markers. I remember when this one first came out and I was so disappointed that it was single-sided. But now I get it. Now that I'm using alcohol markers on my pages, I get it. And I love that it's single-sided now. It's hard to flip through. The book keeps moving. Toadstools. So the line art is quite dark, so that's why I like to base, which is good that it's single-sided. I'm pretty sure the next book of hers is single-sided too. Yeah. Okay, so next we have Enchanted Earth. So I love this book as well. It'll be a toss-up between this one and Circle of Life for my favourites so far. I love that it's bordered, that page. That's really pretty. It's like a painting, but it's come to life, like you could step through into another world. Actually, these are all really pretty. This could be one that I could colour in full too. Oh, that's a little bit like the acorn page from Circle of Life. Oops. Am I skipping things? No, so that was, oh, here we go. So I used Prismacolors, Neocolor 2 background. So this was in 2023. And look at that Neocolor 2 background. I've learnt so much since then. I could do that background way better these days. What else did I use? Sakura Jelly Roll, Stardust in silver and red. I can see the red here. Okay, and I can see the silver here. White Signo, Deco Art Glow in the Dark paint. Oh, that's right. I used it on all the little moons here. You're not going to be able to see it. It might look a little bit milky, maybe, but it does actually glow in the dark, and I don't think I'm going to actually... Can I say it? No. I remember when I filmed this is the colour along up on the channel. I think at the end I did add in a little picture of me showing you what it looks like glowing in the dark, but that was a little bit of fun. I haven't used the glow in the dark paint since, I don't think. I think that's the only page. Oh, yeah, it might be the only page I ever used it on. I love this page. Another one of my favourites that I've coloured in Melpomeni's books. This one was May of 2023. So this is a Neocolor 2 background. So when was this one? March of 2023 to May of 2023. So the Neocolor 2 process has come a long way in 2 months. And I love this page. It's one of my favourites, I think. What did I use? Polychromos pencils. There is CSY paint on the bugs. Yeah, CSY paint on the bugs. We've got white Signo dotted around the place here. And of course I said the Neocolor 2 and the Kaisercraft Shimmer Spray in gold, which I will try to capture. It is very shimmery. If I ever say something's really shimmery and you can't see the shimmer, have a look on Instagram, because I always seem to be able to capture it in a video with my phone on Instagram, but for some reason it's just not showing up this way. I don't know if I just need to get closer. These are all beautiful. See, that would have been a good Halloween page. I should do... Actually, no, that would take a long time. I was going to say I should do a list where I mark down like which books have Halloween pages in and stuff like that. See, that would be good for October as well, but that would take forever. Giraffes again. This was a colour along up on the channel too. I think every page in this book that I've coloured is a colour along up on the channel. So this was also March of 2023, and it's also a Neo Colour 2 background. I really like the background. So 2 backgrounds in March and 2 completely different effects. Prismacolor pencils, Jelly Roll metallics, and white Signo. Oh yes, that's the Jelly Roll metallic, the gold. That's throughout. I really like the colours of that page are really different. So the oranges, I don't know how well they go with the purples and the blues, but it seems to work. Interesting colour palette, that one, but it seems to work. Well, that's cute. We've got a wolf and a bear camping. I do really like this book. That's the cover image, isn't it? Yep. Is there any more? I thought there was more. Oh, yep. Yep, so this is another one where I based all of the elements with Tombow water-based markers, and also my Lyra aqua brush markers on all the different elements. So that's why it's so vibrant and bright and colourful, and it is single-sided. I do have Neo Colour 2s in the background. And is there any shimmer spray? There is. Yeah, I can see the Imagine Crafts shimmer spray on there. So yeah, that's what the back of the page looks like. And then Prismacolors on top for shading. So bright and colourful. Just a completely different look in this book with those bold lines when you base rather than just going with pencils. So that is all of my Melpomeni Chatzipanagiotou books. So now let's move on to Kirby. Okay, let's start with Imagimorphia by Kirby Rosanes. Now, I was a little late to the party when it comes to Kirby. I did not know he existed until, I'm going to say December of 2019. My kids purchased Geomorphia for me for a Christmas gift. And then I went and purchased Colourmorphia, which is a compilation book. And that was just a couple of months before Worlds Within Worlds was released, which I think was February of 2020. Yes, it was February of 2020 because I started my channel with Worlds Within Worlds, and that was on the 5th of February. So, yeah, so just 2 months before that came out and I started the channel, I discovered Kirby Rosanes. So any of his older books I accumulated after that. So everything else would have been that I've coloured is 2020 and beyond with Kirby's. Now, Imagimorphia was his first book, and it's not a favourite of mine. There are a lot of doodles on these pages. I do prefer his Worlds series to the Morphia series, but I have finally coloured a page in this book. This was coloured in August of this year. So this was an untouched book for probably about 4 years, and finally got into it. Now, there are a couple of nice pages in this book that I would like to colour. So I do like these, the swans, and the, where is it? I love these, the toucans. The roosters look fun. See, I don't like these pages either. The fill in your own details. Johanna has, Secret Garden has the same thing. Not a fan of doing them. Snakes, no. I love this page. This would be really fun. And there's another one. See, I don't want to, this to me, I would never touch. Like, doodle more crows. I'm not going to doodle more crows. I can't draw. I'd have to trace the crows and then pop them on the page and then colour them, which is doable. If I wanted to complete the book, that's what I would do. I would trace the birds, and then, so that's 1/4. I'd do like another 3, get rid of the writing, and then maybe colour each quarter differently. I don't know. I don't like it when there's words on pages too, like here, decorate the turtle shell. So you'd have to black that one out, or white out the black writing, so it wouldn't show. This would be fun. This was the other page I was thinking of. I do like this page, but I don't know if it'd be interesting and fun to colour. Yes, so back to the page I actually coloured. Oh, this page too. I'd like to colour that one day. Yeah, no. So yeah, August of 2024, I used Prismacolor pencils for everything. Arteza soft pastels in the background. There is some white Signo just dotted around everywhere. The extreme glitter on the wings of our butterflies and these little fairies and all the little doodly creatures that we have on the page. There's a shimmer mist in the background, but it's very light, so it's not too overpowering. You might be able to see the extreme glitter. And everything that has the extreme glitter on has changed colour to that vibrant, like neon pink. They were originally purple. Did I do a colour along for this one? I don't think I did. Did I? No, I don't think I did a colour along for this one. I think these guys were more similar to these colours or these colours. And then once I put the extreme glitter on top, it changed to that sort of neon colour, which isn't what it was supposed to be, but it still works. Still fits into the colour palette. I actually really like the colour palette for this page. It's really giving me spring vibes. So that is Anamorphia. Next we have Imagimorphia. Now this is also quite a doodly book, but I do like this one more than Anamorphia. However, I still think I've only coloured one page in this book. See, I can see that coloured. This is what I don't want to colour. So I never complete these books because I don't want to colour those pages. Don't want to have to add in my own things. Sometimes when you see these images, you can see flashes of ideas that he's used in his newer books. So these little shell creatures here, very much like the ones in Worlds Within Worlds. Even the clocks, there's a few clocks and stuff around. Oops. So that is the page I coloured. I think that's the only one. Let me just have a quick look. Oh, okay, so this is the book. Okay, let's just have a look at this first. So this is all Prismacolor pencils, and I've used, I think it was chalk pastels I've used in the background. Did I write it? In Kirby's books, I normally write what I used next to these little pictures in the back. Prismas and chalk pastels. Yeah, I've written it down here. And I haven't written down a date, but this was an older page, so I'm going to say probably 2021. Bit of a lavender city happening here. Everything's purple. I was a little bit out there with my colour choices back in the day, wasn't I? Probably not the colours I would have gone with if I was to colour this now, but I actually really like this little lavender city and my purple sky. Yeah. And the other page, see, some of these look really fun. This one, I'll show you it in a minute, but I have coloured this double page as well in Colourmorphia. It was one of my first Kirby pages that I coloured. Definitely would like to get more coloured in this book because there are some really great pages, and this one will be really fun, really colourful. I don't think these books I'd ever complete them like I would the World series, but I definitely want to get more pages coloured in them. That'll be fun to colour too. I can see it in nice spring colours with metals, lots of shiny stuff. So that's Imagimorphia. Okay, so next let's take a look at Mythomorphia. Now I have two copies here. One is the US edition and this one here is the UK edition. Now we're going to start with the US edition here. It was the first one I bought by accident. I do normally buy the UK editions, but I accidentally bought this one, and this is only glue bound, not stitch bound. So it is starting to, like, the glue is starting to break down and the pages are getting close to falling out, which is why I end up buying a new copy. And I bought the UK edition, which is glue and stitch bound, and they never fall apart for me. But I only coloured the one page, and you can see here the glue is already coming out and the page is about to fall out, and one page coloured in the book. Now this is a colour along up on the channel, and I use Prismacolor pencils for the entire page. There is some white Posca all dotted around the sky. Otherwise, that is it. There's no glitter, glimmer, shine, shimmer, nothing. It's just purely pencils and white Posca. And I was originally going to colour the other page, the other side, on my own. So I did this one as a colour along, and I was going to colour this on my own and just match the colours. But when I saw that it was starting to fall apart, I decided not to colour in it. And I may eventually redo this page in the new Mythomorphia, which I'll show you that book now because I have coloured a lot more in that book. And when it comes to the Morphia series, I think Mythomorphia might be my favourite of Kirby's books in this series. Maybe this one or Geomorphia. We have been colouring in this one quite a bit lately. And here we go. This is the Fantastical Forest, I think it's called. It is a colour along up on the channel. And I have used Prismacolor pencils for pretty much everything. There is some Distress ink in the background. I've got some stickles on there, some liquid pearls. And I'm going to say that is either white Posca or white, it's white gel pen, I think. So you might be able to see, you can see the raised up liquid pearls and maybe the stickles as well. Yeah, this was a big double page spread. It took a while to colour this one. And I think it's in a couple of different parts too, the colour along. So that is the double page spread from the US edition, where I coloured just this side here. So I may redo it in this book at some point. We have the Foo Dog. This was coloured just the other month actually. And what did I use on the Foo Dog? Prismas, Inktense and Neocolor 2, and that was October of 2024. So Neocolor 2 is a background. I think I based the Foo Dog and all this sort of like fog and smoke around him, all these sort of pinky purples, that's all based with Inktense, and then over the top with Prismacolor pencils. And you can see I've used the KJ designed by Karen Gold on the little orb here, and his collar. Is it a collar? Looks a little bit far down, a bit collar. And then this is the Lightwish Super Golden markers in gold on the lanterns and stuff and the stars. Yeah. Was a fun one to colour as well. What else have I got in here? Oh, the Kieran. My pink Kieran, courtesy of my daughter's colour choices here. This is a Neocolor 2 background as well. Prismacolor pencils, and we have the KJ design by Karen, the paint and gold, and also the Gerbera colour. And we've got the Kaisercraft Golden Shimmer Mist in the background. I'll lift that up to show you. I love how this page turned out. I wasn't quite sure I was going to like it at the start, especially I think I did the background first and I thought this is not going to work, but it turned out really nice. I like the his mane, the hot pink mane. And I kept it to a limited palette too, which I love a good limited palette. This page I have coloured, but I coloured it in Colourmorphia. I'd love to do this page one day. And this page. Actually, I can picture this already coloured in my head. And this page I keep getting drawn to as well. So many beautiful pages in this book. We need more time. We need more colouring time. There's just too many beautiful pages, beautiful books. This guy here is Prismacolor pencils. I think I used Prismacolor pencils for the background too. Where is he? The Jackalope. I haven't written it down. It was an older page. I'm going to say maybe 2021. It's looking at it, I can see that it's all pencil, even the background. There is actually nothing on this page. I don't think there's even any white gel pen. No, that's purely Prismacolor pencils, nothing else. Look, looks like I missed a flower up the top there too. I think the page probably wasn't opening all the way because there's some down there too. Love this double page spread too. That'll be really fun. And this guy. And these two. And this one. The Hydro. I use Prismacolor pencils. And I think that's a Winsor & Newton black acrylic paint in the background. This is all white Posca. So much white Posca on this page. Not a huge fan of this one. I'll probably colour it differently if I did it now. When did I colour this? It is a colour along up on the channel too. This one was May of 2021. So yeah, not too far into my colouring journey. Prismas, Poscas, Winsor & Newton black acrylic paint. Yeah, just what I thought. The Hydra I quite like. I think I would change the background and I would colour the water differently. That's it for Mythomorphia. All right, next up we have Geomorphia. This is one of my favourite from the Morphia series, so this one and Mythomorphia. It is a very skinny little book. It feels like half a Kirby book, and he also brought out Phantomorphia, which is also half a Kirby book. It's teeny tiny, and eventually, just in the last couple of years, I think it was, he brought out Wondermorphia, which is a compilation of both of these books together. So it's one full book, which I think he should have done that in the first place. But Geomorphia is one of my favorites, and this one we coloured just last month, or I coloured last month as a buddy colour. It is all Prismacolor pencils with some Trolle art acrylic paint pens in this sort of eggshelly colour. The background, everything, and I love, and again another limited palette. I do love a limited palette, and yeah, I think I was going to use a different Trolle art acrylic paint pen, which was a bit lighter, which would have had a bit more of a contrast between the giraffes and the clouds. So I do wish there was a little bit more contrast between them, but I still think I like how it turned out. Still really happy with the page. This one here, January of 2020. So like I said, it was Christmas of 2019. So only a couple of weeks before I coloured this page did I get this book for Christmas as my first ever Kirby book. This is my third Kirby page coloured, I think. It is so bright and so colourful, and nothing on this page is anything that I would colour the same ever again. I would change this whole page completely. But having said that, I love the page. It is really bright, really out there. Oh, look, he's got a little mouse on him. Oh, this must be hidden objects in this one as well. Yeah, I would do this completely different if I was colouring it now. But I'm glad I'm not colouring it now because I love how it turned out. So even though I wouldn't colour it this way, I'm glad that I did originally because I think it just looks really pretty. It's bright, it's vibrant, it is flooded with colour. I was clearly attempting some sort of galaxy sky here. It didn't turn out. We've got some really, really vibrantly coloured green mountains as well. Yeah, I still like the end result. And I think even though it's not something that I would colour now, I can appreciate what I was thinking at the time that I did colour it. And I think that's why I can still enjoy and like the page, even though it's not something I would do if I was colouring it now. And this page, this was the second page I coloured in this book, and I actually really do still like it. The clouds, I may have done a different colour, maybe just kept them like a really pale blue, but everything else, I love the way it turned out. Love my little hot air balloons. The mountain is very bright and vibrant again. I like the sky, so I was clearly attempting a sort of sunset or sunrise, probably a sunrise with the hot air balloons going up. My first ever Kirby page here. Now this one is all Prismacolor pencils and white Posca. See how I did the clouds here? I probably should have did the same colours on this page too. I think that would have looked better. I remember being so super proud of this page when I first coloured it, and I still love it. I love my red Kraken. I'm getting my mythical creatures all mixed up now. Yeah, my Kraken. I do love my Kraken here. I love how bright and red he is, and love the colour of the water as well. Nothing on this page is very realistic. Again, I've done those bright green mountains, but I do love how it turned out. Now, this one I remember very distinctly colouring because it was over the Christmas period of 2019 when we had those really bad bushfires, which I've talked about before. That was a hard time because we did have the bushfire right on our doorstep here. My parents were cut off where they live because the bushfire was literally on their doorstep. And they are by the beach, so this was really apt because they were going to have to move down to the beach to get evacuated by boat. And my brother is up in the mountains and he was surrounded by bushfires. So my whole family was surrounded by fires, but all in different spots. And I just remember colouring this at that time to try and keep my mind off it because I didn't have contact with my parents for I think it was like 12 days or something like that because phone lines went down, everything went down. So I didn't know what was happening and I just had to follow everything from the news. We couldn't get in, so we couldn't even drive down there because all the roads were closed. Anyway, I really like this page. The blending of the background, this is June of 2020, so very early on. And I think I did a really nice blend with that background sky. I do like how the skull has come out. I think it looks nice and old. This dinosaur skull. Not much colour on here, but I think it doesn't need any. And it is purely pencils with a white Posca to cover all the black lines on the skull and to kind of make him stand out a little bit more from all of that background. And I think that might be the last page from this book. Oops. Yeah, that's all I've coloured in Geomorphia. Next up is Phantomorphia by Kirby Rosanes. And I have not coloured much in this book, but if you've seen my year in review for 2024, you'll have seen that this was actually one of my, was it in my top 10 favourites or one of my special mentions, but one of my favourite pages for 2024. And this is all Prismacolor pencils, and we've just got the KJ design by Karen, golden paint in the centre there for the clock hands. And a little bit of white, I think it's either white Signo or white Trolle art. This is a colour along up on the channel as well, and I just love the colour palette. It's just nice and soft and very spring-like and just really pretty. And I love how the metals turned out as well. Oh, another metal page. Actually, this page, what did I use for this page? So it's not a colour along on the channel. I think I did my, not my blending, my layering video, how to layer. I think my layering video was based on this guy here. I'm not a huge fan of colouring like steampunk and metal objects and things like that. So it's not my favourite page. I do like the end result. So for what the page is, a page full of metals, I think it looks really good, but it's not what I really enjoy to colour. But I do like this page. Yeah. And the metal combinations, a lot of these metal combinations are probably in my Prismacolor metal colour combo video. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so Colourmorphia is next. So after my kids purchased Geomorphia for me, I picked up Colourmorphia. So these pages were coloured around the same time. So we're talking end of 2019 going into 2020. Yeah, it's probably end of 2019. So this page, this was the one from, was it Imagimorphia? I think. The running of the hairs. So I coloured this with Polychromos pencils for everything except the background. So the background is actually Prismacolor pencils. And I've used white Posca as well to cover some of the black lines. Now I do actually really like how it turned out because it is this beautiful soft looking page. The background isn't blended as well as I'd like, but the elements, the hairs themselves and the toadstools are really soft. But this was before I really learned the techniques that I use now for my blending. And if I lift it up closer, for example, if you look at these toadstools here, you can see that I've just coloured them really lightly, like it's not actually really burnished. Even the leaves. I think it looks great though. It's not my colouring style now. I was going really light-handed. You can still see the white paper through it. And I did that a lot back in my early days of colouring. Now I burnish everything, but I do like that result. And what else did I colour in here? Oh, that's right, the underwater double page here. And this is another early colouring. Like I said, we're talking end of 2019, beginning of 2020. And this was completely coloured with Polychromos pencils. So I've been colouring for maybe about a year at this point. So at the end of 2019, I would have been colouring for a year. So even though, you know, it's 4 years ago now. 4 years ago? Yeah. I would still colour this page exactly the same. I wouldn't change anything about it. My blending might be a bit different now, and my burnishing, because this is quite light, like I can still see bits of the white paper through it, but I would colour with exactly the same colour combinations. I really do love this page. I'll just give you a closer look. There's nothing on here other than Polychromos pencils. There's not even, oh yeah, look, we've got a little bit of white Posca on the jellyfish. And that's it, nowhere else. No sparkles, nothing. Purely pencils. That's how you can tell it's near the early days of my career in adult colouring, because there's no sparkle. Purely pencils. And I think that's it. I don't think I've coloured anything else. I do wish I'd had the original books and coloured directly in there so I could fill them up rather than a compilation book, because I probably won't complete a compilation book, but I do love both of these pages. Okay, now we are up to Worlds Within Worlds by Kirby Rosanes, and my book is shiny here because I had to cover it in some contact paper. It was starting to get really rough around the edges because this book has been around the block. It's been around the world, around the country. It used to come everywhere with me. And this is the very first full book colour along up on the channel. So every page you will find under the playlist for Worlds Within Worlds as colour alongs. And this is the book that started my channel. So after I had posted a few of the Geomorphia pages up on Instagram, I was contacted by Kirby's publishers and asked if I wanted to join his book tour for the upcoming Worlds Within Worlds. And obviously I agreed to do that, and they sent me out the book, and I coloured the boot, my orange boot. I know some of you were here from the very beginning when I coloured this boot, which is this double page here. Now I coloured one side of it and I posted it on Instagram, and I don't remember which half I coloured first, But people were asking me how I got my colors so bright and vibrant, and if I had a channel and if I could do a video. I didn't have a YouTube channel at that point, so what I did do is start a YouTube channel and pop up a video for the other half of this boot, and then I got requests to color some more, and in the end it turned out we were going to color the entire book together. So I will quickly flip through the whole book. Now, there is a proper in-depth full flip through if you're interested in seeing that. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit because I've just noticed that the pages aren't fully in the screen. There is a full in-depth flip through of this completed book up on the channel, and also a quicker flip through of me not talking if you want to watch those videos as well, and they are in the Worlds Within Worlds playlist too. So I'm just going to zoom it out just a touch. All right, that's better. So I'm going to flip through from the back now. Pretty much every single page, actually every single page in this book is colored with Prismacolor pencils. Near the end of completing this book, I did start to use other mediums for backgrounds and stuff, but otherwise pretty much everything is Prismacolor pencils. There's probably going to be zero sparkle and shine. It'll be Prismas, my white Signo or a white gel pen of some sort, and the occasional something different for a background. So I'll just flip through. I absolutely love this page as well. Very moody. It was one of the last pages I coloured in this book as well, and we did these black clouds with our Distress ink. So obviously my very first page, and that was, I can tell you now, 5th of February 2020, the same day I started my channel, is the day I completed my first page. So I don't know the date I started it, but I did complete my first page February 2020, and that's when I started the channel. And I completed the book in February of 2022, so just over 2 years. And we'll flip through. Now this one, I do have a second Worlds Within Worlds, because if you were here with me when we were doing this book, you'll know I accidentally deleted a video one day. I was lying in bed checking my YouTube comments, which I do most mornings when I first wake up, and I accidentally pressed delete on part 1 of the video, so I had to then go and recreate it. So that is the recreation. And that is a complete pencil background too. Both completely pencil backgrounds. Another completely pencil background. That's a black acrylic paint, is it? Actually, I think it's a Posca, black Posca maybe. I'm just going to give you a quick flip. Distress inks. Oh, we've got a mark there. What came through? Must have got wet, because I don't remember that bleeding through. And that is... Actually, that's pencils. Yeah, my book must have got wet at some point. I did spill tea on this book at some point, so that could have been it. I actually think I spilled the cup of tea on the book the same day that I accidentally deleted part 1 of that video too, so it was a great day. All pencil work. I still can't believe this is all pencils. I haven't looked at this book in so long. Got a Distress ink background here. That is tumbled glass. I can tell by the colour. I love that sort of, it's more like an eggshell blue. Eggshell blue, is that what we call it? I can't think today. Words are not wording. Oh, this page. So the story behind this page, what happened is I coloured the orange boot, and then before I got the requests to do a video on the other side, I actually went and coloured this one on my own. And I originally had done a bokeh effect background, which was multicolored. I think off the top of my head it was like pink and blue and purple and yellow and really colourful, and it was just way too much. So I've coloured over it with this purple Posca. Don't know what I was thinking with purple Posca. I don't know, pink and purple. I honestly do not know what my thought process was there. With the original background, my parents were staying with us at the time, and I did ask my mum, what do you think about this? And she said yes. So I went with it, and then I didn't like it. So I now know, don't listen to my mum when it comes to colour choices. I've got to listen to the kids. The kids are pretty good at colour choices. Sorry, mum. But what I did do, so I didn't do this as a colour along, because I didn't know I was going to do a full book colour along at that point. I thought maybe I'll do one as a colour along and then one page on my own, and vice versa. And then once we decided to do this as a full book colour along, I realised I had to redo this page because it wasn't a colour along. How many times did I just say colour along in that sentence? So here we go. I redid it, and I much prefer the updated page. So it's like a dollhouse just floating. So I decided to put clouds behind it. I don't have the drawing skills to draw it sitting on a table or anything like that. So cloud background it was, and I do really like this page now. I wish this page was in the book, but and that is all I've coloured in the second world. So I'll put that aside and flip through this one again. I'll try and flip a bit quick, otherwise we're going to be here all day. So this is the page I was talking about in the other book that I said it reminded me of. This is Distress Inks. I think this was like, I did this page first and something just went wrong with my Distress Inks. And then I did this page next, and I actually used the same colour to do the background. But this background looks so much better. I'm pretty sure it's Distress Inks and not, I just want to write it down, and not soft pastels. I'm just trying to work it out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Distress Inks. So that was a bit of a Distress Ink fail. I've got the hang of Distress Inks now, but I know a lot of people say they find it hard to get the hang of, or they struggle with Distress Inks. So did I. So did I. Pencil backgrounds. Not the best blend here. Could have done a better pencil background. I love these pages. They look so peaceful. Peaceful pages. This one is black acrylic paint. All pencils. I should have done like a Neocolor 2 background or something there. Distress Ink backgrounds, and I matched up the clouds on both pages to kind of make it like a double page spread. And I add a little bit of green onto this hand to make it look kind of dirty, and then this one I add some blue to make it look cool. So this is sort of more of like a pinky tone, and this is more of an olivey tone, just to match the different climates. I was trying to make him a different color here to appear different underwater. So you know when your hair is wet, it is darker than when your hair is dry. That was the effect I was trying to go for, but I think I worked that out a bit better in Mythic World. So there is an underwater page in Mythic World that worked out really well. This is one of my favorite pages in this book that I colored. I've seen so many people recreate that page too. This one was a buddy color. That background was a fail. I should have just blacked out that entire background. I know what I was going for. You know when you have those, oh gosh, I can't remember what they're called. It's like a little crystal ball, but it's not. And then you put your hand on it and it shoots out the electricity towards your hand. So it looks like little bits of lightning through the globe. Whatever that's called. One of those things. That's what I was going for with the background effect. But yeah, it was a fail. This one took 100 million years to edit. A little bit of an exaggeration, but it took a long time. Editing process was so long because I was changing pencils like every couple of seconds, and having to edit that in the video took forever. It took me longer to edit the videos than it did to actually color the page. Oops, I'm getting stuck. Go, another acrylic black background. Dragon's Eye. This one was a really popular page too, and I really still love the way I colored that one. This is the page that Kirby asked to include in his World of Colour compilation book. So you'll see this one at the front of that book. And I like the tortoise. Tortoise? Yes, tortoise. This I use a wave stencil to create that effect. I love how bright and colourful that is as an underwater page. And again, I've used those dark, moody, distress ink colours for the clouds. And I really like this page. These are the last couple of pages. And that one I just matched to the one in the book, the same image, full size in the book. Now this one here, I'll show you in World of Colour. So at the beginning here is where he puts all his pages. And there it is. That's it there. And the little write-ups on this page too. Interstellar Innovation, creating a cosmic glow, coloured by Karen Stavala, aka My Colourful Country Life. Using a combination of intricate shading and masterful blending. That is my page. Thank you to Kirby for including that in his book. And that was Worlds Within Worlds. Okay. Next up we have Fragile World, and this book was all about endangered species, and proceeds from this book, or a portion of the proceeds, we're going back to the David Shepherd Wildlife Foundation here. Now, we have been working in this book as a bit of a project book at the moment, so we're colouring in this book every month until Kirby's new release of Dark Fairy Tales in March of 2025. So we've got the Galapagos penguins here. Now I know it's supposed to be a warm tropical type of environment, but I wanted it to be nice and cool. So yeah, and I love how that turned out. It's completely Prismacolor pencils with a bit of like a white gel pen or a white Posca, and that's it. And every page in this book that is coloured is a colour along up on the channel as well. We've got the Tasmanian Devils. I love how I coloured the fur on these guys. I'm so happy with how this looks. Very different colour scheme with this sort of reddish background, this raspberry sort of colour. Yeah, I'm really impressed with how I coloured the fur on those guys. What else have we coloured? This little cutie. Now this is a distress ink background, so I've come a little bit further than the previous distress ink background that I showed you in Worlds Within Worlds, which was my fail. So I have mastered it by this point, and I love the sunset. The rest of the I think it's polychromos. Yeah, polychromos distress ink, and I've got KJ paints. So that's KJ designed by Karen Paints, and that'll be the gold dotted around the gerbera on the butterfly as well, which is that purpley colour. And I think that's it. Look at the shimmer mist in the background. Eye capturing that sparkle. I don't know. What else have we got in here? I really want to colour this page at some point. I absolutely adore it, but I keep putting it off because I know it's going to take me ages. Maybe next year. That could be one for next year. I love this page. It is a Neocolor 2 Sky and polychromos for everything else. And I love the colour palette. I love the blending. I love everything about this page. This one here. So this one was coloured, I think, in November. And I think we're colouring this one in December, hopefully. And this was Albrecht Dürer and Polychromos pencils and Tuli Art white paint pen. And I have got some shimmer mist in the background there, which is the colour Frost, because I wanted that sort of white tone to mimic some snow. Oops. This one here is completely polychromos. Is it polys? No, it's Prismas. The The sea otters. That is not a sea otter. Where are we? Oh, page 34. It's got page numbers, Karen. 34, the Jaguars. So that was from July 2023, and it's all Prismacolors. Yeah. The Philippines fruit bat. This is all Prismacolors too, including the background. And there's nothing else on this page. I love this page though. I actually really love when I see my pencil backgrounds and how nicely they blend out, but they take forever to colour and they take so much pencil. They use so much of your pencil, but I do love a pencil background. I think that's a soft pastel background. Prismas and soft pastels for, what are we, page 30? Prismas. Oh, all Prismas, even the background. Okay. That's got to be, what was that, 2023 or 2021? 2021, yeah. Okay. So back then I wasn't really using much mixed media. It was all coloured pencil work. And this guy, I adore him. I love how his eyes turned out. The one thing, this is the first page I coloured in this book, and when I was colouring in it, I didn't know what any of the fruits were. I just kind of made it up as I went along. And it wasn't until I finished that I realised that these are probably bananas, and I coloured them orange. So we have orange bananas. Yep, orange bananas. Yeah. I think that might be everything. Oh no, we've got the frogs here. That is a black Posca background and Prismacolor pencils. Nothing else on that page. And that's it. So we are starting to fill it up a little bit more, and we do have a couple more months to colour in it as well before Dark Fairy Tales comes out, because this is the project book, but when Dark Fairy Tales comes out, that will be a full book colour along, I'm pretty sure. And this may then be put aside as a project book. So I'll still colour in it, but it won't be a project book any longer, I think. We shall see. We'll see what the new year brings. Okay, and we have Mythic World. Now, this was a full book colour along, so every page is up on the channel as a colour along in the Mythic World playlist. It also has a flip through of the completed book, so a silent quick flip through and a in-depth flip through. So what I'm just going to do now is just quickly show you. So I started the book in April of 2022 and I finished it in May of 2024, and I'll just give you a quick flip through. This is my only other completed book, so we'll just flip quickly. I'm not sure what my favourite page in this book is yet. So I started using a bit more mixed media in this book. There's a lot of Neocolor 2s. I finally mastered my Neocolor 2s by this point. And so, you know, lots of Neocolor 2 in the background, the waves. It's on the clouds even. It's on nearly every page. Like that's got Neocolor 2, that doesn't. Neocolor 2's on that page. Neocolor 2 in the background. Neocolor 2 on the background, so it's on lots of pages. And then soft pastels as well. This is where I started using my shimmer sprays too. And this one in person is the shiniest page, but I don't know how well it's going to shine on camera, but it's so glittery in person. I love how well the soft pastels blended out too. Neos. That was that one of the Simtap markers, the Artex? Or no, actually no, I think it was a Posca. I think that was a Posca paint pen. These are the earlier pages because they're purely pencils. There's nothing else on there. This is only pencil work, and then the white gel pen, and that is same, only pencil work, complete pencil work. So you can see which ones were from the beginning of, was it 2020? No, 2022. Yeah. That was one of my favourites for 2024. So I finished this one this year. So I'd love to complete the entire World series by Kirby Rosanes. I mean, I'd like to complete all my colouring books, but it's just not going to happen in this lifetime. This is what I was talking about when we're looking at worlds within worlds with the underwater. So this section is underwater, and I used, if I remember correctly, like a blue wash with a watercolour paint underneath, and then I've coloured over the top with the same colours that I've used up here. So much white pen on that page, it took forever. And I have used a mix of pencils in this book too, so there was like Black Widows, Castle Arts, Polychromos, Prisoners, and I don't know what else. Luminance, there's Luminance page. But it's all up in the playlist as colour alongs. And that is my Mythic world. So if you want to see a more in-depth chatty review or flip through of this book, it is up on the channel. Next up, I've got Kirby's last release, which is Alien Worlds, and I haven't coloured a whole heap in this book yet. So there's this one here. This was a buddy colour, and I've used Prismacolor pencils, I think Neocolor 2 for the background. And then we've got the CSY paints. There's some, not glaze, is it glaze? Glossy accents. I think that's glossy accents, either glossy accent or Jelly Roll Glaze. This is a colour along up on the channel. I think it's under, so it'll be in the book playlist, but it's also How to Tackle Kirby Pages, I think, is the title. That's cute. I like that page. There's some really, oh look, I've had this one tagged. I think that'd be fun to colour actually with all that sort of crystal type of work, like icy crystals. So I know Aliens isn't everybody's cup of tea, but I think Kirby does Aliens really well actually. When I first heard he was bringing out an Alien book, I thought, I did not think I was going to like an Alien book, but I'm just going to take these tags out because they're not really tagging much, are they? But anything he tackles, he does really well. Is there anything else coloured? Nope. So this one here is Neocolor 2 and Polychromos. Was it just Neos and Polychromos? What page were we? 28. Oops. 28. Poly's Neocolor 2s and Albert Durers. This is a colour along up on the channel. That was from July this year as well. I love the bubble effect here. I want to make it sort of like a, if you think of like a soapy bubble, so clear, but with all sorts of different colours through it. That's the effect I was headed for. Oops, almost missed one. This one here, this is my watermelon whale. I think it's the Oceanic Leviathan, but it looks like a watermelon with the colours that I chose. So it's my watermelon whale page. I quite like this page. This took me forever to cover all this white. And I must use like a white Posca, I think, or a white acrylic paint. It hasn't covered the black lines that well. What else have I got? Is that it? I really like that one. And these ones, I love these big full pages. That must be it. Did I miss anything? That one. That one. And that one. I thought I coloured more in this book. Clearly not. Clearly I need to. Alright, now onto my Johanna Basford books. And we're going to start with Secret Garden. I'll start by showing you my most recent copy, which is the 10th anniversary edition here that Lawrence King sent out to me. I haven't coloured much in this book. I still have the pull-out pages tagged actually in the back of the book that I kept saying that I was going to colour. So I will get to them one day. But I have coloured these 2 pages here in the book, and I used the Stellar Design Journey pencils which were sent out with the book. Beautiful pencils. I think there is a larger set out there which I would like to purchase as well. There were words in the center of these pages too, which I covered up by making these circles and filling them in with the gold Jelly Roll pens. And that is all I've colored in this book so far. So this is the 10th anniversary edition. It did have those extra pull-out pages, which is exclusive to this edition of the book. So it's not in the original book. Now I do also have the miniature Secret Garden. Actually, I'll grab that and show you now. I'm actually not a huge fan of the miniature editions where the pages have actually just been shrunk down to size, so the details are a little bit too small for my tired old eyes. But I have coloured a page in here, and this was back in 2020 when the miniature edition first came out, so it is an older colouring of mine. And it's the goldfish page here, which is just Prismacolor pencils and some white Posca. So my go-tos from that period of time. And that is it. That is all I've coloured in this book. Look how tiny these little details are. All the pages from the original were just shrunk down to size. So it's really hard to see a lot of those details. They're teeny tiny. Like, imagine trying to colour that tree, those teeny leaves, and it's double-sided. So I don't know, if you use gel pens maybe, fine liners, that sort of stuff. Just test it out in the back of your book. But first, if you're going to do that though, and, oh, that's a pretty page. Is that a new one? Are they actually in the back of the original books? I wonder if they're new pages. That looks more like a newer style. Now I have a real treasure to show you all, and I can't believe that I actually still have this, but I do hang on to it so I can look back to where it all began. And it is a really old copy of Secret Garden. So when I said at the beginning I was a block colouring in Johanna Basford books with fine liners, before I knew about the hobby and the community, this is what I meant. And I used to just sit in front of the TV, pick a few colours out, and literally just put pen to paper to try to help me relax. It served a purpose before it ever became a hobby, and it does remind me of that purpose when I look at it and how far I have come since that time. But I have to show you, because I like to show you where it all started. Now my book is so old, it is falling apart, the glue's coming undone, but this is my Secret Garden. It is a messy book. I used to colour it from the beginning to the end as well, like front to back. So like I said, I'll just pick up some pencils. So clearly I used the Staedtler Tri Plus neon set for this page. And no consideration or thought into colour palettes really. I mean, maybe actually I did, because I just used 3 colours. Limited palettes back in the day. And I remember going through a phase where I decided I didn't have to colour every single bit, so that's why only bits of the leaves are coloured. But yeah, so this is my original colouring back in the day. So bright and colourful. Look at this, pink and orange and yellow leaves. Got a green and blue owl. The neons were clearly a favourite set. I think this purple was actually one of my favourite colours. And I still have these, the Tri-Plus fine liners as well. They are still in my collection and they still work. See, here where I haven't coloured every single element, I've left some spaces. Earthy tones. And they're the words that were in the book that I covered with the Jelly Roll gold metallic pen. And I know there's some other stuff in here. So here, I think I was trying out either soft pastels. Yeah, that was the soft pastels. Testing them out. So I did use this as a little bit of a tester book when I first started using pencils and things as well. So here, like I said, only bits of the leaves coloured. And here, just coloured the outline of the leaf instead of the inside. Started this one and gave up, obviously. Oh, we have a coloured pencil leaf blend in there as well. So I did practice some of my blending, which I'll show you in a moment as well. Here we go. So this would have been when I first got my Prismacolor pencils, and I'm trying to blend. I'm also trying to learn how to do color combinations. And on this page too, this is pencils. There is some more blending in this book somewhere. So here, testing out some color combos on leaves. Testing out autumnal color palettes. In actual fact, these aren't actually too bad, the color palettes. My blending skills, however, were not the greatest. Yeah, so this is from 2018, these attempts at colour blend. See, that one's pretty good. It's a nice combo and it's blended quite nice. Back to the very beginning. That was a goldfish page. I coloured in the miniature one. Back with the fine liners. More attempts at colour combos using my neon pencils as well, the Prisma Neons. Trying different ways to colour leaves and petals. It's all a learning journey, isn't it? These ones aren't too bad, the purples. More fine liner work. And I think this was me trying to work out galaxy backgrounds and like placement of colors for galaxy backgrounds and attempting bokeh effects, which you'll actually see this effect with these colors in a Hannah Carlson book. So it must have been about the time that I got my first Hannah Carlson book, which is coming up soon. Yeah, so fine liners, and then I've started trying to work out some pencil combos, and that's it. So this is where it all began. I love looking back at it. I just love having a look and seeing what I was doing back in those days and just putting pen to paper. Like, I was having so much enjoyment just putting pen to paper and not thinking twice. Like, this was actually really fun for me and really relaxing, which was the whole point of it at the time. Yeah. And I remember one of my friends had the same book, and we did the same with the Lost Ocean as well. And we had the same book and the same markers, and we would sit at night and we would colour in. And she was pregnant at the time, and she would take it to her appointments as well, her doctor's appointments. And then we'd sit there and we'd send each other our little work in progress pics of where we were up to and what colours we were using. And that was the start of my falling in love with adult colouring, I think. And it wasn't until I saw something pop up on Facebook, because, you know, your phone is always listening to you. Something popped up on Facebook, and it was a coloured pencil picture from a Johanna Basford book. And as soon as I saw it, I sent it to my friend and I said, look what you can do with coloured pencils. And that was the end of 2018 when I got Worlds of Flowers and my Prismacolor pencils, because I thought I want to do what they can do. So next up we have Enchanted Forest. Now I think every page in this book was coloured before I had my channel. So yeah, so we've got 2019. Yeah, so the channel didn't start till February 2020. So most of these are very old. Oh, this one here. This was a very old whip that I did not like. I think it was this side. There is a blog post on my website. There's a blog post on my website of how to fix colouring mistakes. And I'm pretty sure it was this side of the page. I had done a Prismacolor pencil background, an attempt at sort of a galaxy effect, and it just made the page look even busier than what it already looks like. So I had to try and work out how I could fix the page, and I talk about it all and how I did it in that blog post. But basically I've gessoed the page and gone over with Neocolor 2s for the background. Everything else is Prismacolor pencils, and the gold is the CSY gold metallic paint. And I think I finished this either 2023 or 2022 when I 2022, May of 2022. So I think I started it maybe in 2019 and I left it for a few years. So it was a long-term whip that I didn't think I would ever finish, but I don't like leaving pages unfinished. So I eventually came back to it. And again, this one was 2019, so everything inside the circle is polychromos, and everything actually in the waves of polychromos too, I can tell by the colors. So the background here is Prismacolor pencils. Actually, I think that was the same effect that I had originally done on the background in this page that I colored over. A very early attempt at a galaxy background. I like the different contrasts between the colors in the center, these sort of soft colors, and the bright colors of the background. I think it makes this sort of circle stand out more. I probably should have, I've whited out here near the moon where the moon glows coming off it, but I probably should have whited out the entire bubble and then kept the background going through so it looked like it was see-through, and then I could have drawn some white lines to make it look like a nice shiny ball. I remember being really, really happy with this page though. So I tried to keep the effect going on the inside as well. Okay, Karen, you need to hurry up. I'm gonna be here all day. This page I absolutely love. So this was 2019 as well. And this is all polychromos except for the background, which is Prismacolors. And I have mentioned before that I used to struggle at getting a nice round circle. I am a bit of a perfectionist, so I wanted it perfectly round. So I tried this bokeh effect, but I used a circle stencil and I drew the circles in with pencils, and you can still see the pencil lines around my circles. So that is one of my very first bokeh attempts, and I love it. I absolutely love this page. I wish I could recreate it. I do get questions quite a lot on what color palette I used for this page and if I kept track of the colors, and I didn't. But I also don't know that I could recreate it because, as I mentioned when we're looking at another book, my coloring style has changed a lot. So here you can see a lot of the white paper coming through, and I'll lift it up. So it's not fully burnished. It was really like a soft touch. I used a soft touch when I was coloring this page rather than how heavy-handed I am these days. So I don't know if it would come out looking so soft and delicate and pretty if I tried it again now, but I wish I had kept track of the colors. And what else? There's more in here. I feel like I've missed something. One second. I'm sure there's more. Oh, actually, I think I'm thinking of Magical Jungle. That might be it. Yeah, I think that is it for Enchanted Forest. I thought there was more. Okay, let's have a look at Lost Ocean. So this is actually more recent work, but this was my first ever colouring book. And I think I mentioned before, I read about colouring for mindfulness, and then when I went looking for a book, it was the only book in the shop, so it came home with me. Well, not this exact book, as I think I've completed 3 or 4 copies of this book previously, front to back with my fine liners, like you saw in the Secret Garden book. And after I'd complete the books, I'd actually just throw them away. I know, sacrilege. I'd throw them away and start a new one. So I don't have any old copies of Lost Ocean. So this is a newer copy and still one of my favourite Johanna Basford books, even with all those teeny tiny fiddly details. I love how bright and colourful these pages can all be. And I think most of these pages... So we've got 2022, 2024, 2020. So, okay. So this one goes back to, oh, it's 2024. Goes back to 2020, which is this page here. That is from 2020. Love it. Love the vibrant colours. I have kept to a very similar colour palette, I think, throughout the pages in this book. Those really beautiful, bright, vibrant Prismas. And it is, this page is just Prismacolor pencils and a white gel pen. That's it. Again, Prismacolor pencils and a white gel pen. There is silver, the silver metallic Signo and the white Signo. Yeah. And that's it. So there's a little bit of shine in here. So I remember this one was a long-term whip as well. And I think I'd started colouring the blue background and then that was it. I think that's all I had done. So I came in and finished the background, did all the coral in those sort of bright colours similar to what I used on the other page. And then, yeah, so similar colour palette. And you'll see the other pages in here too. I think there's only one more, is a similar colour palette too. And I think I will keep to a similar colour palette throughout the entire book. I think that would look really cool. I did contrast, however, with some cool colours in the centre, and I wish I'd kept track of these because the colour combinations are actually really nice. I think I'd actually really enjoy colouring that wallpaper page. I think there's one more near the beginning of the book. This one here. So this one is a more recent coloured page. So Prismacolor pencils. I think I used soft pastel in the background, and there is like sparkle pops and jelly rolls and stuff on this page as well. I don't know if it's gonna pick any of that shine up, but that is it. So every time I pick up these books, I always say I need to colour more in them, and I really do need to colour more in them. And next we've got Johanna's Christmas. So where does it start? Yeah. I wonder if I've tagged all the pages that I've coloured, maybe. Yeah, I must have. So this one here, I think was one of the first pages I coloured in this book, and going for a sort of galaxy background here. First time attempting snow as well. And I've got lots of smudges out here from the black Posca. I actually quite like the effect that I was going for. Not the greatest finished product, but I like the effect that I was going for. The gold is a bit too yellow. And the red, I think the red should have been more purple to match better. This is my cranky little owl. This is a colour along up on the channel, and it is, I think it could be, oh no, it's Prismas. It's Prismas and Distress Ink. I like the colour palette I used for him, and his festive sweater. This one here is Artex pencils and soft pastel in the background, and I've used a silver metallic pen and a white gel pen as well. I think this is a colour along too. This one here, I absolutely love this page. So these are perforated, so I've coloured just up to the perforation where you can pull it out. This page, I've done that sort of galaxy attempt as well. Now, these big snowflakes I've drawn in myself. I do have a snowflake stencil now, but I've drawn these snowflakes myself. And I remember being obsessed with this page when I first coloured it. And I love how I coloured the polar bear. I wish I knew what colours I used for the polar bear, so I could recreate that. I think I used a mix of Prismas and Polys on this page, I think. Yeah, it's a very early page, this one. Have I got? No, nothing in the back to say when it was. I think this is going to be like 2019, maybe 2020. Colour in the ice as well. I was trying to attempt to colour like crystals. I still love it. I still love it. The background's a little bit crazy, but I actually quite like it. What did I use? What pencils was this? Was this a... No, this is Polychromos, I'm pretty sure. And I remember I started filming this as a colour along, and then I decided that I didn't think it was good enough to be a colour along, so I scrapped the footage and finished it privately myself. But I really like it, actually. Looking back at it, I think I picked some really good colours. Yeah. And this one, oh, I like the colours I used on this page too. I love those beautiful rich reds. Nice and simple page. Not a colour along. We've got this beautiful shiny silver in the centre. I wonder what I used for that. Oops. I think that's the last page anyway. Yeah. And this one here, not so fussed on the soft pastel green background, but I do like the wreath, how that was coloured, and how I coloured the leaves in the title as well. This one's starting to come apart too. My older books, the glue's starting to come undone. This is stitch bound 2, is it? Yeah, stitch bound 2, so it shouldn't fall apart. But that is Johanna's Christmas. All right, now we have Ivy and the Inky Butterfly, and I have 2 copies here. Why do I have 2 copies? One is a newer version with coloured pencils, and the other one is an older version with fine liners again, so a little bit like Secret Garden. So I'll just show you the old version. Shall I show you that? Let's show you the new version first, then we'll have a look at the old version. So we have this one here, Prismacolors and CSY paints, bright reds, bright purples. I always wanted to complete this book. That one there, that was a buddy colour. And we've got soft pastels and Prismacolors and some shimmer mist and some sparkle pops. And I actually think that is really pretty. Really happy with that one. Just a simple little page. That one there, my Griffins. This was, what should I use? I think this was a very first attempt at Neocolor 2s in the background, if I remember correctly. This one here. Now I'm not sure what I used for this page. I think it's Prismacolor pencils. It's a very, very early, yeah, it is. Even the background's all Prismacolors too. It's a very early colouring. I remember when I originally coloured this, I was so proud of it, and I saw Johanna Basford reposted it, and she shared it on her Instagram, and I was so excited to see that she shared it. Yeah. Oops. Is there something there? No. This one here, this was another long-term whip that I finished. I haven't marked any of my dates down on this one. This is another one that I had to fix. So I had to gesso some of the build in here and then go back over. I think I just went back in with pencils. I can't remember, but it will be on my Instagram. The background is Distress Inks. I think this might be soft pastel, the sort of yellow glow from the lanterns, and everything else is Prismacolor pencils. And then we've got the CSY paints too. CSY or Caliro paints? Nope, CSY paints. I can tell by that purple colour. This one here, I love this page. Still love the colour choices that I picked on here. Again, another earlier page, say 2019, my first year of colouring, and it's all Prismacolor pencils, which is all I had at the time actually. Is it 2018? I got my Prismacolor pencils for Christmas. Yeah, so 2019. I don't think I got my polychromos actually for my 40th birthday, which was June of 2019. Yeah, I like this page too. My Wonder Room, and you'll see my original Wonder Room in a minute. Did I skip? Yes, here we go. And then this page here. So this is all pencil. I would have done the background differently with maybe soft pastels or distress inks if I could do this page again. But I love the colours, and I think it looks really pretty with the pink and the blue and the gold here. And it is purely just pencil work. There is nothing else on this page. Now, let's have a look at my original. So, fine liners, see, we're falling apart. Fine liners again. Now, this was after Secret Garden fine liners. So, we've got the cake page there. And then from, that would have been maybe 2017 to 2019. The differences. Again, I was colouring it mostly in order. And yeah, original fine liner Wonder Room and Prismacolor pencil Wonder Room, and it is completely all pencil. There is nothing on this page. I don't even think there's any white gel pen at this point either. This was even prior to white gel pen. Yeah. So let's just quickly flip through. And I love the colours I used on this page at the time, and this one as well. There's a metallic pen too, silver metallic. Look at this one. Oh, I remember these glitter pens. My friend bought me these glitter pens. I think she just got them from Target. They weren't a brand name glitter pen, and they ran out so quickly. But they were so shiny, and it was something different to my normal fine liners. And here, I've got the blue on this page too. I fell in love because, of course, I love glitter. I love sparkles. I love glitter. Yeah, so a bit of a difference in my colouring styles, but like I said, it served its purpose. And that purple glitter pen too, that was a favourite. And actually I ended up doing pinky purple leaves in my second copy too. Yeah, this is one of my favourite colours, that sort of shade of that dusky pinky purple colour. There's just more of that. Or maybe not, maybe that's it. Okay, that's it. So that is my original fine liner, Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. And next up, I have World of Flowers. And this is the first book where I started using coloured pencils instead of fine liners. So this book was very much a learning journey for me, getting to know my Prismacolor pencils for the first time and trying to learn how to blend and shade. So I'm actually super proud of this book, being that it does hold my first attempts at colouring with pencils. So it's not my greatest work, but I am very, very proud at the learning that I did throughout this book and everything that I can take away from figuring out how to use my pencils. Now, this book I got for Christmas. I've mentioned it a few times, I think, from 2018 with my 150 set of Prismacolor pencils from my husband. So I did see that post up on Facebook of someone colouring in this book with Prismacolor pencils and decided that I want to learn how to do that too. I was absolutely blown away by what this person had created with pencils, and I didn't realize such a thing was possible or existed, but I knew I wanted to learn how to do that myself. So let's start from the beginning of this book, because a lot of it is completed, and I think I did start from the beginning and work backwards for a lot of these pages. So no, I didn't. What was my first page? My first page was the truck. Okay, let's start from the beginning anyway. So I still love the autumnal palette I used on this page, and I wish I was keeping track of my color combinations back then, because I would love to recreate this page now with these colors. I think the purples and the oranges and these sort of beigey colors together are really pretty. My nameplate page. I love how I blended the flowers. I don't know what attempt I was going with the background, but I think it still looks really pretty. This, I loved the color combination, the blend I managed to get from the blue to the green, and yeah, wish I knew the color combinations I used. And it is all pencil work as well. There might be the odd white gel pen or white Posca, but there's nothing else in here. This one here, now this one was inspired by Claire Holloway, actually. I think she did the background, how to draw in the background. Was that it? And she had the sunset sky, and I think I added in my own toadstools and stuff like that, but I think this was inspired by Claire Holloway. This one here, I've used so many neons. I went through a phase where I loved the neon pencils, and I still love how bright and pretty they look. I remember really having such a fun time coloring this double page, but now when I see these double page spreads with all these little details from Johanna, I do think, oh, where am I going to start? But I don't remember having that feeling back then. I was just throwing colors down, like green watering cans. We've got fluoro green lanterns and pot plants, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. And they all turned out pretty well, I think. These two, I remember colouring them while I was on holidays. This book came everywhere with me. And I do remember attempting this sort of like colour shadow, as if the butterfly was moving. It just looks like I've smudged colour on the page, but it was actually meant to have that sort of effect, and not be smudged pencil. But yeah, and this was before I was fixing any of my pages too, so there is a bit of fading you can see with my blending as well. You can see bits of the white paper through there. I've attempted to add in my own grass down the bottom here, trying to make my petals look like they're not flat but folded. I can't think of words today. Folded is not the word I'm looking for, but you guys know what I mean. Like, it has a bit of shape to it. This one here, this was another one that it was a long-term whip. I coloured the bug in really bright colours, if I remember correctly, and I didn't like it, and I left it, and then I came back to fix it up, And everything is Prismacolor pencils. I had to go in dark with the bug to cover what was underneath it. And then I think this is like chalk pastel in the background. Attempting a bokeh background here. This is my truck. I added in the birch trees and this sort of bush in the background, the grassy hill, my sign here. I adore this page still to this day. It is going to be high on my list of my favourite Johanna Basford pages, and it was one of my first Johanna Basford pages, and I did recreate that a few years after. So I think this was from like Christmas 2018, and then I recreated it, I think it was 2022, I think. Something similar. Just look, you can see how much different my blending looks with the trees and the bushes. My blending has grown so much from when I colored this page. I actually think I'll prefer the color palette of this page to this page, but it's interesting to see the difference in the blending skills and how I tackle things these days. Now I know with this one I was trying to cover the black lines, and I know the effect I was going for, but it just looks like white lines around a flower instead of black lines, instead of making it look any more realistic. But yeah, so that was the only page I coloured. I bought this book purposefully to recolor that page to see how my colouring has changed through the years. This one I added in my own bricks. Now obviously when I added the bricks in, my book was not laying flat because I haven't gone all the way to the end, so the book must have still like the pages would have been still like this, like it hadn't flattened out completely yet. So I added the bricks, and I'm just thinking, did I add these down the side or were they already there? And then I made it into a window with the plant sitting on the windowsill. Love the colour palette there. This one is so busy. I added in the wallpaper background, and I added in these sort of tiles, I guess, down the bottom. I don't know if it was supposed to be wooden flooring. I don't know what I was going for down at the bottom there. Lots of neons. It looks like I've used like a few different, like the green combination, the yellow, the purple and the pink, and just repeated it throughout the page. I do like how I coloured these jars though. Very busy. Okay, I love this little heart. And this page here, now I added all of these rocks into the background, and I added, oh, what I think, actually, I can tell you, can't I? Because I have a second copy of the book. I think I added one of these sides. Where is the page? Whoops. That's a busy page. So that's what it looked like before I added all that wallpaper and flooring. Yes, so here, I thought so. I've added this little bit down there to close it off. Now, I know what I was aiming for. I was aiming for like a castle wall and these sort of magical potions sitting in the windowsill. And I had something in the background. I can't remember what it was. I would have mentioned it in a previous completed pages video. I can't remember what was in the background, but I remember I didn't like it, so I blacked it out. But that's what it originally looked like. And that's my additions. I'll keep the book out because there's another page. Oops, there's another page coming out that I also, oh, books everywhere. I'll close that. I think I followed Chris Cheng for this one. I think. Yeah. This one here. What else have we got? This one I think I coloured maybe as a, oh, Oh, was it this page? I did how to colour flowers. No, it was not this page. It was in a different book. Similar colour palette, I think. I love this page. I love the colour palette. Love the blending. I love how it turned out. And I love the background. And like I said, everything on here is just pencil work. There's no sparkles or anything. I like these purple combinations too. I wish I knew what it was. Oh, this one I added a tree trunk. So, turned those flowers into a tree. That page. So that's the original. I'll move it like that. That's the original. And then I added this tree trunk in, which actually turned out really well, considering I can't draw. I think it turned out really well. And I like the sky colours too. Yeah. Did I add anything there? No. It's going to be coming up though, because have I grabbed 2 pages? No. Oh, this page, I really like how this one turned out too. I remember loving this page at the time. I had this beautiful, bright, vibrant, sort of neon colours as well for the butterfly. And then I whited out all the lines of everything else so it would appear that they were all behind the butterfly. I wanted the butterfly to sit at the top and everything else to be behind it. And I think it looks really pretty. And I did this kind of like bokeh effect for the background as well, very soft. What else? Oh, this one here. So, where's my sugar skull? There. So that's the original. And that is on my copy. So I added in all those butterflies, and I have said many times I cannot draw. So I did not draw them. I traced them from a different Johanna Basford book and added them onto this page. And the same with the word here. So for Day of the Dead, celebrating Day of the Dead. And it was all Prismas, of course. This whole book is Prismas. And I whited out the black lines again on the flowers and this bokeh effect for the background too, which actually looks pretty good. I did a really good job there. And I freehanded those circles. Pretty impressed with that. Oh, this one. I remember colouring this over one summer as well. Down here on the farm, I was sitting outside in the sun colouring this one. Attempting a bokeh effect on the background. It just makes it look a little bit too busy, I think. The colour palettes are a bit, they're clashing a little bit, but I still really like it. It's very busy, and you can see all the white. So it hasn't been burnished either. You can see all the white coming through. And that was actually me showing someone how to do a bokeh background. That's polychromos. So that was older. Yeah. And I'll show you this one too, which is just the pull out at the back. This is a, I mentioned it in a video yesterday. This is a whip that is probably always going to be a whip, but I don't count it as a whip because I've already pulled it out of the book. So it doesn't exist anymore, but it does. And I may finish it one day. But that is World of Flowers. So that is my first ever work with coloured pencils. Okay, and next we have Magical Jungle. And this has a mixture of early work and recent work. So we have this one here. This one is from 2024. And it is Inktense in the background and Prismas in the foreground, or for all the other elements. We have a shimmer spray on there. We've got white Signo, that's a white Signo, I think, and then some silver sparkle pop as well. And it is shimmery, but it probably isn't going to catch on camera because it is a very fine sparkle. So this one here is a very old page, I think 2020. Have I marked it? No? Oh, I didn't realise there's more pages at the back. Where? Polys and Prismas. Polys and Prismas. That was from August of 2019. So within my first year of colouring. Still, I absolutely love this page actually. And I did recreate this colour palette, which I'll show you. It's in this book and I recreated it for a video actually, now that I recall. Similar colour palette here, not a fan. This one is Polychromos. And oh, I don't have another book to show you, but this book, so it had the water down the bottom here where I've sort of whited out the line, and then all this water in the background, these cliffs, these grassy little hill things here, I added all that in myself. So none of this here existed except for, you know, the plants and the bird. But yeah, the mountains, the waterfall, all this water here and these little grassy areas did not exist in the original picture. This one, I think this one was from 2023. So this is in my video on how to blend. So it's my blending for beginners video. If you have a look at that one, it is all Prismacolor pencils, and I've used the Ohuhu glitter pens, the glitter markers, to outline all those leaves. It's super shiny. I absolutely love the way this page has turned out. I love the shine. I love the color palette. That's what it looks like on the back. So you can see there's no bleed through for those Ohuhu markers, and same on that side too. And this is going to be the matching color palette. So this is me sort of recreating the color palette from that chameleon page, but how I color now. So you can see here I haven't really burnished. You can see some of the white paper underneath. And here is fully burnished, but using sort of the similar color combos that you can see up here. And this is in my how to color leaves video. There's 3 videos. You'll probably find it under the Magical Jungle playlist, but I think also in the beginners playlist you'll find it under how to color leaves. I think that's it. Yep, that's it for Magical Jungle. I don't know if this is all going to fit in one video. I might need to chop it because we're not even one shelf in. I've got 7 more to go. The others shouldn't take as long because I haven't coloured in those books as much as these ones, I think. But how to draw Inky Wonderlands. I have done one page, which is this one here, and it was from November of 2019. So at the end of my first year of colouring. This is Polychromos, Coliro Paint, Posca and Stickles. And I added a lot of those elements in myself. So like I think the bee, I added in the lantern, some of these, or maybe all of these little hanging plants. I think some of these plants here, I can't even remember what I added and what was already here. I'm pretty sure I added this one, maybe even this one, maybe even that bug. I don't know what the original looked like, but I do know I added a lot of detail. So it says add some inky insects to this garden scene. So I did add the bugs from the previous page or invent your own. So I added bugs, but I added lanterns and flowers and all sorts of things to this page as well. But yeah, Polly's Coliro paint, that's the gold Coliro paint on the center of those flowers. And the stars, you got Stickles on the bee wings. And then the black Posca for the background and white Posca to outline the stars. And I'm pretty sure that that is all I've done in this book. Next is 30 Days of Creativity, and I have barely touched this book. I think this is all I've done, which is the cover page. I don't know what was going on at the time that this book came out, but I've barely touched it. Yeah. So this is Prismacolor pencils. There's a little bit of Stickles, I think. Maybe. Oh, Winkestella. It's Winkestella. Prismacolor pencils and Distress Ink clouds for the background. So 30 Days of Creativity. This is just drawing, adding details. a few little colouring things as well. I mean, it might be fun to work in this some more. Maybe I should take this on holidays with me when I go away. That'd be fun to colour, all these little individual ones, especially since I'll be down the beach. Maybe I might take this with me. 30 Days of Creativity. Now, Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. And I think a lot of these are colour alongs up on the channel. So we've got Prismacolor pencils. For most of this is some sort of white gouache to make these sort of wavy patterns. That's it. There's nothing sparkly on there. And it is a colour along up on the channel. I think every page that I've coloured in this book is up on the channel as a colour along. That one I followed Chris Cheng's colour along to complete this page. I love that page too. I love how it turned out. This is one of my favourite ever Johanna Basford pages. This one is Moving Day. I named it Moving Day, and this is Fred in his moving house. And this is all coloured pencil, including the background. That background took forever, but look how beautifully blended it is. I don't know that I would do that again these days. I think I'll probably go with a Neocolor 2 or a Distress ink background, or even a soft pastel, but I do love it. Like I said before, I love a nicely blended pencil background. I just don't love colouring them so much anymore. This one here was all polychromos. So this is from 2021. Now the background is chalk pastels, and I did try to make my own cloud stencil. So it's before I've got the cloud stencil, which is on my desk because I use it so often. My current cloud stencil. So this is prior to that. So I could probably go in and like redo it or something, maybe, if I wanted to. But yeah, just a soft pastel background. I probably should have just left it blank, but I made my own clouds and attempted a first cloud background. And my next cloud background I think is in here too. So this was April of 2021, all Prismacolor pencils, another colour along. So all of them were colour alongs up on the channel. All Prismas, there's nothing else on this page. Oh, that could be, actually I think that's a Posca border, black Posca border. I haven't even used a white gel pen on the windows or anything. Aha, this is the How to Colour Flowers video. Is that it? Yeah. So you'll find this one up on the channel. It'll be in both playlists. So How to Colour Flowers, which is my beginners playlist, but you'll also find it in Worlds of Wonder. So any one you look at, it'll be in there. And that was Prismacolors and a white Signo. This one here was multiple videos. So I was testing all different pencil brands out on this paper. So there's Polychromos, Luminance, Castle Arts, Arteses, I think Brute Funas maybe as well. There's each little island has its own little video with its own pencils. That's all under the playlist. And a very early attempt at Distress ink clouds too. And that is it for Worlds of Wonder. All right, Rooms of Wonder is our current full book colour along. So every page coloured that you see today is up on the channel as a colour along in my Rooms of Wonder playlist. So I'll do a quick flip because everything is up there if you want to have a look. And I think there's even a video showing you like the halfway flip through too. So I'll just quickly flip. This was in my favourites for 2024. So still lots to go, but it's starting to feel nice and full. I love it when my books start to feel nice and full. So we're going to be coming up to some books where I've only coloured like maybe 1 or 2 pages in. So that could be something I might focus on next year, filling up some of these books. Love these pages. I love that soft pastel background. So smooth. It's so bright. I love these lighter pages too, very delicate. I am just flipping quickly, but if you want a better look, you can pause or slow it down. I think there's, like I said, there's a shorts video up on the channel too, which will show you from halfway point. And if you look up in the playlist, you can find any of them as color alongs. I adore this page so much. I love the background that I created, this sort of like cracked wall where you can see the brickwork underneath. It was a lot of fun to do. Toadstools, I think this is my first page in the book. Love, love, love this page. And this whole front of the book is now complete. I love this colour palette. Oh no, got one there. That's complete. Albrecht Dürer's. And this big one here. This was like tackling the Wonder Room all over again, this one. My intro pages, loved colouring them too. And that is Rooms of Wonder so far. So like I said, there is a playlist with every page in there as a colour along. Okay, now small victories. I did colour that page. I was just testing out mediums, colouring that little house there just to see what would bleed through and what wouldn't. So we have this page here with a Distress ink background, Prismacolor pencils, and Sparkle Pop pens. I'm not sure. I think this was a... Yes, it was. It was a buddy colour. With... I think it was buddy colour with Elizabeth's Colouring Universe. This one, I was using the new Artex watercolour pencils. Great set of pencils. This one I had a plan of night, day, and sort of morning. And I used soft pastels for the background. I think I could have done the backgrounds a little bit better with a different product. I love this Ice Cream Sundae page. This was another colour along, another buddy colour. Sorry, this is not a colour along. Actually, I don't know if any of these are colour alongs. It'll be in the Small Victories playlist if they are. There's quite a few in this book that I did as buddy colours that aren't colour alongs, and that is Distress ink background. I have dropped some water on to make some water splatters. There's some shimmer spray on there, and then Prismacolor pencils and lots of shimmery shiny things happening too. This one here, that was in my favourites. We've got soft pastel background and Prismacolor pencils. It's a little bit of Sparkle Pop. This one here, I absolutely love this page too. This was Distress ink background and Polychromos, I'm pretty sure. That is a colour along up on the channel. So is the one with the colourful clouds too. That one's also a colour along up on the channel. I think it's soft pastel background, Prismacolors, some Sparkle Pop, some, I think that is the Extreme Glitter. This one. This is also a colour along up on the channel. I love this page too. Ocean themed. I always love my ocean themed pages. It is Prismacolor pencils. We've used the Ohuhu glitter markers, and the Lightwish golden markers are on the border. So all the sparkle on the page is the Ohuhu glitter markers, and then the border itself is Lightwish super golden markers. This one here, Prismacolor pencils. We've got the Simp Tap acrylic markers from Artex for the background, and then Jelly Roll glazes just on the flowers there to add a little bit of detail, a little bit of shine, which I think is really pretty. This one here was Polychromos and Sparkle Pop pens. That's also a colour along up on the channel. And this one was a buddy colour. It's Prismacolor pencils. I don't know if this was a colour along. I kind of don't think it was. I think I just did that one on my own. And that is it for Small Victories. And the last Johanna Basford book is Magical Worlds, her brand new one. And I have coloured 2 pages. I think 2. so far. Where are they? Aha, this one here. So both of the pages I'm going to show you in this book are colour alongs up on the channel, and we have the Distress Ink cloud background that I love to do, and Prismacolor pencils. And then we have Distress Ink background and Prismacolor pencils as well, and all that shimmer and shine. I think I've spoken about this page so many times now. It is one of my favorites for this year, for 2024, and I love watching the shine. So that is it so far. And look, that was I dropped my mini Distress Ink pad in the black soot onto my page, so I will be matching the backgrounds, I think, and make it like a double page spread. But I think that's it so far. I do have some pages marked, including this one, for December if I get there. I definitely want to colour this page though, so if I don't do it in December, it will be a January. Colour along. Okay. Alright, next up we've got Romantic Country by Eerie. This is the first tale. Now, I only have Eerie's Romantic Country books, the 3 books. I do absolutely love her work, and I would like her other books, but I keep telling myself I will hold off until I colour in these more. I think I actually only have 1 page coloured in the original Eerie book, so the first tale. So I've got this page here coloured. I have coloured a lot of Christmas pages in her books. I wish she would do a Christmas book actually, because I love the way she does her Christmas pages. So this is really old. When did I colour this? November of 2019 with Prismas, so my very first year of colouring with pencils. And this is with Prismacolor pencils. I've obviously used a white gel pen of some sort, or a white Posca as well. And I really like how I've coloured the snow, the boarded up windows. I've added these leaves to the reef as well. Yeah, I love the way I've coloured the fabric on the clothes. I think the presents, the pink should have been more red than pink, and maybe green for the blue one just to match the page more. But I think it looks really good, and I'm quite impressed actually that was back in 2019. And it's really well blended as well. Yeah, I really like the trees, the shading in the trees too. But I think that is all I have done. I think I would love to do a full book Eerie colour along as well one day. Maybe if I colour in these more, I'll get one of her newer books and we can do a full book colour along in one of them. Perhaps. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is it. Yeah, just the 1 page from the first tale. And now the second tale. This one is actually my favourite of her Romantic Country books. So I think I've coloured the most in this one. I've coloured in it in 2019, 2024. Okay, so the 2019 page is this one here. It's a mix of polychromos. There's a little bit of Prismacolor on here as well. And this is when I first got my Inktense pencils, and I attempted to do an Inktense sky and ground, and I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. It actually does have quite a good effect though. So it kind of looks like a marbling effect in the sky, so it mimics kind of a cloudy sky. And then the ground as well. Not what I was going for, but I think it actually matches the page. And I drew in this little lace curtain up here as well. And I think on the door I drew that in as well too. The lines on the little bow here, and this one to make them checkered, I added those details. I think that one looked like that already. Yeah. So first attempt at doing Inktense, not quite what I was hoping for. Actually, after I used it on this page, I put my Inktense away and didn't touch them, I think, until like last year or this year maybe even. So they went away for a while. They were banished to the drawer. This page here, one of my favorites for 2024, and it is polychromos, and I think, was it Albert Duras? Yeah, Polly's and Albert Durer's. And there is a colour along for this one up on the channel. I love the colour palette. I love how warm and cozy this page feels. And every little element, I'm in love with every element, like from the blueberries to the sky, to the walls, everything. And this page here, that was also 2024. This was Christmas in July. And this page, so much is going on in this page. I love it. I used my Prismas, which I very quickly remembered I don't like on this paper. I do prefer Polly's. But once I started, I kept going. So this is a fully Prismacolor page. Is that, yeah? I think I based it. Did I base it with something? Yeah, based with Inktense and then Prismas on top. And then, of course, lots of white tulle art on here for falling snow. We've got the snow landing down the bottom as well. Yeah, I do quite love how this turned out. And it is my favourite romantic country book. I really want to colour in these books more. I think we need a romantic country or some sort of eerie project book or full book colour along, something like that. And next we have the third tale. I think I've only coloured maybe 2 pages in this one. I think I've got a Halloween page. Yep, so there's a Halloween page there. It's Distress ink background and Prismacolor pencils. That is a colour along up on the channel too. And then the other one, which I absolutely adore this page, is here, Santa's Mailbox. Now, this one I coloured really early. I think it might be a 2019 page. See if I can find it. Yep, November 2019 with polychromos. So again, my first year of colouring, and it's actually one of my favourite ever eerie pages that I've coloured. I love how this looks. I love the red post box, and I like the window, how I coloured the window at the back. I mean, my snowy effect on the ground isn't the greatest, but it is still one of my favourite pages. And that is it for the third tale as well. So I definitely need to get some more coloured in a romantic country. So I did do a couple this year, but hopefully I can get some more done next year as well. Now on to Maria Trolle book. So this is Twilight Garden, and I've only got 1 page coloured, which is this one here. And I leave this one tagged because it's one of the black background pages, and some of the black background pages are coloured. So every time I start to flip through, I always bypass the page because I think it's how the book actually came, and then I realize that it's not, it's my colouring. But this is all Prismacolor pencils. That is it. There's no white gel pens, nothing. It's just Prismacolor pencils, and it's the only thing I've coloured in this book. I don't actually have the original Twilight Garden. I've only got this artist edition version, and the paper's quite nice to colour on as well. It's really thick, like super duper cardstock thick, and the pages are glued in, but they actually feel like they're going to pop out. It doesn't feel too sturdy. All right, so that is Twilight Garden. Next we have Nightfall. Now Maria's earlier books, I didn't colour in them as much. It took me a while to fall in love with Maria Trolle. She's probably one of my favourite artists now, but her first couple of books, so Twilight Garden, Nightfall, Botanicum, I know a lot of people absolutely adore those books, but they're not my favourite. My favourite are her newer releases, so these ones didn't get quite as much love as her newer books have been. There's this one here, which is a full book. It is a colour along on the channel, not a full book. I do want to make one of Maria Trolle books a full book colour along. There's too many books I want to do as full book colour alongs or project books. I think I've only coloured this page. Yeah, so these pages are busier, which I really do like. Actually, I quite like that page. I do like busier pages, but for some reason I'm not as drawn to these illustrations as I am to her newer ones. And I am missing, I think, 2 Maria Trolle books. Is it Dream Rays? That's one, and I'm sure there's another one that I'm missing. But this was Prismacolor pencils. The background is actually Distress ink, so very soft Distress ink background. And I did the Distress ink background last, which I don't normally do. But it still looks good. And yeah, we've got the paint splatter on this page is, I think it's a Tim Holtz Distress ink paint thingy. That is a really bad description. The Distress ink sprays. Hopefully you know what I mean. I'm looking around trying to find it, but I've got piles of books in front of my cupboard. So the Distress ink sprays. So next up, we've got Botanicum. Now what have I coloured in Botanicum? Actually, this is quite a pretty book. I'm seeing a lot of pages I wouldn't mind colouring. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it looks like I've coloured this little image here. So it's Polychromos, Jelly Roll Stardust, Jelly Roll Glaze, the Pebbles Pearlescent Chalks, which is like a chalk pastel, and White Signo. And then the dragon here in Polychromos and Jelly Roll Metallics. And that looks like it. But, so I need to colour something in this next year. We need to, oh, I've got that tagged for some reason, but that is not what I want to do. I like this one, the Blackberries. No. Oh, those waves look familiar. Is it Shooting Star? That has a page like that in it. I did see something. See that one? I don't mind. That one. That one. What else? What could I colour? Nope. I like that. I like this one too. So I think we need a colour along for this book in, I like both of these pages, for this book in the new year. Let me know. I have to have a look and see which book I'm missing. I like that one too. Okay. I want to like that one too. Alright, so that is Botanicum. Next up we have Luna, and I've got a couple I think of this one. So this one here is Neocolor 2 background, Prismacolor pencils, and a gold metallic pen, and I've used that Tim Holtz Distress spray again in white for the background. That was actually, I don't use that spray anymore. I don't recommend it. If you're going to get sprays, go the shimmer spray, so the Imagine Craft brand or even the Kaiser Craft brand if you're able to get it where you are. I don't recommend the Tim Holtz ones. Mine always block, and I contacted them quite a few times about how to clean them and how to unblock them, but I'm still really funny about using them because you can spray and get a fine spray, and then you spray it the second time and you get these big blobs. So it's not really accurate, whereas with the shimmer sprays, as you spray, the flow is the same. So I don't recommend the Tim Holtz Distress sprays. I thought I had another page in this book. There's some cute pages in this book too. Oh, I like them. Oh, I like that one there, and I like that one, and that one, and that one. I love the bordered pages. If you can't already tell, I'm sure there's something else in here. Ooh, I like that. That actually looks like it could be in Fairy Tales in Sagan, the new one. I thought there's something else in here. Surely. Let me see. I've only marked one page. Yeah, so maybe it is just the one. That's a bit sad. Definitely need to show these ones some more love. I am getting really drawn to this page. You know what? Oops. Let's do that. Okay. So now we have Moon Valley. So I really do like Moon Valley. This is coming up to my top 3 favorites. Yeah, top 3 favorites. So, oh, that's just one I had marked. All right. What have I colored in here? Only 2. Prismas and Inktense, Neos, Polys, and Albert Durers. Okay, let's see which is which. Where are you? Ah, okay, that's Inktense and Prismas. I love that background. Such a beautiful, smooth background there with the Inktense pencils. This is a colour along up on the channel. I love the flowers. I love this sort of white flower that has a purplish tinge to it because of the other flowers around it. And we've got a Jelly Roll glaze black border. I really do like how that turned out. So it's up on the channel as a colour along. And that is our other one. I don't think I did this one as a colour along. This was a buddy colour. Is it a colour along? I don't know. If it is, it's under the Maria Trolle playlist. But yeah, we've got Neocolor 2 background. I love that smooth background. And then we've got Albert Durers and polychromos over the top. And lots of, I don't know if that's my Artex or Tulia acrylic paint pans, but lots of acrylic paint pans. And we've got lots of either Jelly Roll glaze or glossy accents. I think it's a Jelly Roll glaze. And a bit of stickles or sparkle in the center. So that's it in Moon Valley. All right, and I've got Universe, which is the compilation book. And this is one that I've coloured here. I think it's the only one I've coloured in this book. And it was a recent one. So you might have seen this in one of my recent completed pages. I did have a lot of grief with this one. I coloured and uncoloured, erased so much on this page. But I love the final result. It actually was almost a forever whip. I almost gave up on this page, but I am not a quitter and I was determined to finish it no matter what. So sometimes when I feel really bad about a page and I just think it doesn't look great, I still make sure I complete it, but it's just because I know I could possibly like it once it's completed, and I don't want to leave something unfinished that I don't like, if that does that make sense. So in my mind, I complete it because I think it's just going through an ugly phase and I will like it in the end. And that's what happened with this one. So it is Neocolor 2 background, Prismacolor pencils, and that is the Lightwish, white gold Lightwish paint, I think, on the moon. And I've got a silver sparkle pop for the border background because my Neocolor 2s went out a little bit. So I managed to cover it up and make it look nice and neat. So that is Universe. And next up we have Shooting Star or Starfall, one of my very favorite Maria Trolle books, my second favorite, I'm going to say. And I've got a couple of pages in here. So one of them is my How to Use Derwent Inktense page. Yeah. So this was Derwent Inktense and Prismacolor pencils. And I've used the Folk Art Extreme Glitter on the rays from the lighthouse, and we've got some Sparkle Pop silver pen as well. And this video, there is a colour along for this side. I think it is. Yeah, I think there's a colour along for this side up on the channel. It is in my How to Use Inktense for Beginners video, which is in my beginners playlist, and you'll find that there. And I've used exactly the same colours. So I coloured one on my own, which I think was this page, and then I did get requests to colour the opposite page the same as a colour along so other people could follow. So I did that, and I did it as a How to Use Inktense chatty video as well. And we also have this page here. This is from the beginning of the year with Prismacolor pencils only. There is a bit of silver sparkle pop to outline the clouds and stuff, and some white gel pen of some sort. Otherwise, it's all Prismacolor pencils. This is also a colour along up on the channel. And my last Maria Trolle book is, of course, Sagan, which is Fairy Tales. And this will be out in on Amazon next year. I think it's, I think it might be August. Don't hold me to that. It is next year. It is 2025 when it comes out. It's either April or August. And I have so far only coloured the one page. This is a very new book. See, that's the waves. That's her style of colouring, of illustrating waves. I love every single page in this book. Where is the page I coloured? Is that it tagged? Nope. Nope. It's in here somewhere. Aha, found it. Yeah, I love every single page in this book, so I would consider doing this as a full book colour along perhaps. Obviously we'd have to vote if we were going to do another full book colour along down the road, or a project book. So I did mention in my end of year review tag video that I was looking at maybe doing some project books. Full book colour alongs, I won't be adding any more until I finish either Rooms of Wonder or After Dark Fairy Tales, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be a full book colour along, and I can only handle two at a time. So this is all Prismacolor pencils, the entire page. There's some white gel pen on there, there's some acrylic paint pens, but it's mostly all Prismacolor pencils, and I love the colour palette that I use on this page too. So that is all my Maria Trolle books. Next up, I've got my Hannah Carlson books, and some of these have been sorely neglected, and I did neglect a lot of my books that I accumulated when I was working on Worlds Within Worlds, because I was basically colouring mostly only in that book at that time for those 2 years. I very rarely coloured outside of the Worlds Within Worlds book. So a lot of these, I do need to start filling them up more. And I have started this year filling them up more now that I've only got one full book colour along going at the moment. Now this book is Daydreams. This is the first Hannah Carlson book that I purchased, and I purchased this because I was influenced by Katrine of Always Colouring, and I also purchased the Polychromos pencils because she influenced me there too. And I was not disappointed. So it's my first ever Hannah Carlson book, and I think it would have been around July of 2020 when I purchased it. It came out a lot long, 2015 it came out originally, the Swedish edition, but I think it was 2019, around June 2019, because I got the Polychromos for my 40th birthday, and then I got the Daydreams book too. So I have coloured a couple of pages in here. There was a time when I only had like maybe 2 Johanna Basford books. I think I had World of Flowers and maybe Ivy and Inky Wonderland and Daydreams. I think they were the only books I had at some point. See, and this is very telling of the 2015 era when the colouring book artists were asking you to draw your own patterns in books. So this was of July of 2019. Polychromos for everything. This rain effect was actually an effect that I learnt from Katrine at Always Colouring, and she learnt it from Peter Hewitt. So yeah, I actually still like this page. I love the colour combinations that I use. I think I used different colours to her page. I don't think she did a colour along. I think I just I saw this effect on one of her other videos and I copied it onto this one. I can't really remember, like it was nearly 5 years ago now, but yeah, I think I used my own colour combinations, but maybe her colour palette and technique. And this one here, same time frame, July of 2019. We've got Polychromos pencils and soft pastels in the background. this one here. This would have been 2019 too. This is my first attempt ever at colouring skin, and it looks so muddy, but I love this page. Now this is polychromos as well, but I like the lace effect that I created on her dress. I think that's the main thing that I like about this page, that lace effect. And the toadstools, they look like they might have faded a bit. This is polychromo, so this is 2019. I wasn't using a fixative on my pages either, but they're not burnished. The pencil work is definitely not burnished, but I do love my lace effect. I like her hair as well. Her hair turned out well. Even the gold isn't too bad. The leaves I like. These toadstools over here I like. Her skin, no. I think maybe some of the black from her hair might have smudged onto it. Not sure. Okay, and we have the dragonfly here. So this was September of last year with Polychromos and Neocolor 2's Deco Art paint. That's a red paint splatter in the background. And the Kaiser Craft shimmer spray. Now this page, you'll see one in a minute, which was a butterfly page that I coloured. And I did get a lot of questions on my completed pages, and I think on my Instagram as well, on how I coloured the page. So I recreated it in this book, and it is a colour along up on the channel, and Hannah has similar pages to this in every single one of her books, where it's some sort of insect with some florals and then a big background. So you could actually use this colour palette and the technique on any of those pages. And you'll see that in a minute, but yeah, a similar page like this in every single one of her books. But I think that was it. Yeah, so that's all I've got in Daydreams. Actually, I thought there was another one. Is it in this book? I'm just thinking of another frog page. I mentioned about that purple bokeh background. I think I was it Secret Garden I was practicing in? I thought it was in this book. Have I missed it? No. Must be in one of the other books. I swear I thought it was in this one. No. Okay, let's see if we can find it in another book. So next up I've got Summer Nights. And what have I got coloured in here? Oops, is that my first page? Okay, so this page here was from June this year. It's Yulan paint palette for the background, so you can actually see me colour this background, I think, in my review for the Yulan paints, and that'll be in my art supply review playlist. And then Prismacolor pencils, and I did do a tutorial on how to colour white flowers using this page, so you can see how I coloured my white flowers in that tutorial, and that is in my beginners playlist. Just double checking, nothing back there, and I can see something here, this page. What did I use on this page? I think it's a watercolour background. Watercolour paint background. I wonder if I used that as a tutorial for something, or a how-to. I can't remember. This was from this year. It's from 2024 sometime. I can't remember. But it did give me a lot of trouble. I coloured the flower. So I think I did the background first, and then went in with the flower, with the leaves. Didn't like the colour, erased them. Tried the flowers, didn't like the colour, erased it. In the end, I quite like the colour scheme, but it was a bit of a mess getting to it. I love the bees. I think the bees look really pretty, these purple bees. I like the flowers too. The lock was a bit of a disaster, but I think overall it looks okay. I remember at the time I didn't like the final result. I think I had liquid pearls or something, where I've now got the purple glaze, and I had to take that off and redo it. I can't remember what paint palette I used on the background, but there is some shimmer spray too, so it's nice and shiny as well as the metallic jelly rolls. And that must be it. Oh, no, there it is. I knew the Frog Prince was in one of these books somewhere. So this is from July of 2019. Prismacolor pencils. So this is that purple bokeh background effect that I was attempting. Yeah, attempting. There's Posca White, and there is gold Clearo paint on this page as well. I was going for like a fire and ice palette here, so attempting some crystals, which I think turned out all right. I like the fire as well. The purple background, I probably would make it a darker blue, and then the toadstools maybe different reds. If I was going to do it again, it is very colourful and very out there and very 2019 of me. So, you know, 6 months in or so to my colouring journey. 6 or 7 months in. Okay, so I think that's it from Summer Nights. Next up is Magical Dawn. And I haven't flipped through a Hannah book in so long, it feels like. Okay, so that is the original page that I coloured with the polys and the Neo 2s. We've got the paint splatter. So the other one was a recreation of this page. I can't remember what else I may have coloured. Is there anything else? Yes, this one here. What's this? Prismas and Soft Pastels. I think this is a pretty old page, like 2020 maybe. Yeah. And that might be it. Magical Dawn, that was. Alright, and now to Seasons. And what have I coloured here? Oh, I've got this one here. This was Christmas in July, I think. I did this page as a colour along up on the channel with Prismas and Neocolor 2. I love that Neocolor 2 background. I think it looks really nice and effective. I love the glow from the lanterns. I actually really like the whole end result of that page. And I've got this one here. This is not a colour along. It was actually a longer term whip that I finished. Well, I want to say 2022. I might have finished it. Pretty sure it was 2022. I coloured a few strawberries, I think. I was practicing my strawberry combos, and then I finally went in and finished it all. So Prismacolors for everything and Neocolor 2 for the background. That is a very early Neocolor 2 background. So I'm going to say 2021, 2022 this was coloured. But I love it. I love these big double page spreads. I have got one marked for December. Yeah, December as well. I love how her eyes turned out, her skin. Yeah. I think it's a really pretty page. I think that's it. Oh no, we've got the books belongs to page. I love this colour combination. This is definitely Prismacolor pencils. I wonder what combo I used. Yeah. And we've got gold Clearo paint, I'm going to assume. And soft pastels in the background. So that is Seasons. I love Seasons actually. One of my favourite of her older books. And I do tend to prefer her older books to her newer books, even though they still haven't got much love, the new ones or the old ones. We've got this one here. This was the Mei Liang 48 watercolour palette. So you can see me colour the background in the review video for those paints. And I used the sparkly, shiny paints that they've got in the palette, which are so pretty. And then Prismacolor pencils for everything else, and KJ designed by Karen Paint in golden, all that shiny gold stuff. And some white Twilly Art paint pen on there too. And there's also the KJ designed by Karen Gerber color too. And we have this one here. We've got Neocolor 2s in the background. I think this might have been my how to use Neocolor 2s tutorial, which will be my beginners playlist. I'm pretty sure this is the page I used for my how to use Neocolor 2s. We've got pastel pencils for the skin, and there is a review for the Nione chalk pastel pencils in my art supply review playlist where you can watch me colour her skin. I love those pencils. I've mentioned them a few times, and I think I mentioned them in my picks for holiday gifts, my top picks for holiday gifts video. They're beautiful pencils, and you get such a pretty skin tone with just a couple of pastel pencils, and it takes literally like 15-20 minutes and you colored a whole face. I love how I colored the bug here too. When I lift that up, you can see the bug. It's got some glossy accents on top, or some it's glossy accents. You can see some stickles. So the stickles here, we've got Winker Stella, we've got liquid pearls. Yeah. And liquid pearls in the background too. Oh, I love doing that when there's liquid pearls in the background and you can feel the raised lumps. Is that it? No. Ah, there we go. There's another one. This one here is Prismacolor pencils for the entire thing, and then white Posca. I love the colour palette. I think it's really pretty. Very limited colour palette again. I think that's it. 3 pages in jewelry box. Next I have a Spirit Animals, which is also called Soulmates, I believe. When this book came out, this was my favourite Hannah Carlzon book. I think it's kind of, there's a little bit of mythology behind some of the pages, which really interests me. Oh, I love this page. I love how this turned out. This is my Holbein pencils and Neocolor 2 background. We've got the Kaisercraft Shimmer Mist in gold sprayed on there as well. I love the colours. This sort of pastel, soft, delicate palette. And this is a colour along up on the channel. Yeah, what else have we got in here? Is that the next one? Yeah, so this one here is Castle Arts. So Castle Art pencils for everything, Distress Ink cloud background. We've got CSY paints and white Posca. I think there might be a bit of jelly roll on her crown as well. I love these colours. I love how bright and vibrant these colours are. And the Castle Art pencils worked really well in this book. They've blended out so smoothly. And I know I've got some earlier pages. Ah, here we go. This is the first pages I coloured in this book. And I was so happy and excited when I coloured this page. It was my favourite page in the book at the time. And I love the way it turned out. Again, my attempted a galaxy background, so it does get better. I do learn how to do galaxy backgrounds eventually, but I have attempted galaxy backgrounds in this fashion quite a few times, and yeah, I've learnt my lesson since then. These fluoro green colours, her beautiful green skin tone there. Yeah, so it's very busy, especially with that background. I think I could do it a lot better if I did it now. This one here, I've got the black background with a black Posca, I think it was, and then I've used a orange glitter Posca for this glow. I think if I was doing it now, I would use either Distress Ink or Neocolor 2s in like a gradient of black going down to these light colors where I'd add in the yellow tones. But overall, I still enjoy looking at these pages. Definitely do them differently if I was to do them again, but I do still enjoy looking at them. Oh, and I've got this little page colour too. Okay, now onto her new books. We have Midnight Masquerade, and I don't know, there might only be 1 page in this book actually. Oh, maybe 2. I think there's 2. This one here, this was the first page I coloured in this book. So this is from May of 2020. I adore this page. I love how well I've blended out those colours. The background is also Prismas. I'll just take that off so you can see it better. The background is also Prismacolor pencils too. The entire thing is Prismas and just the white gel pen. I really like this page. I really like the colours I used on the flowers too. I wish I'd done a colour along for this page. Do you know what colours I used on those flowers? I think there's another page. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. That one. No, just the one. I should have had my colouring book collection tracker up so I could actually double check, shouldn't I? Because that'll tell me how many pages I've completed in each book. This is Grains of Gold, so this is the compilation book, and I've only done the title page here, and this was a disaster. This is me experimenting. I can't even remember what products I was trying to use at this time. I have put washi tape, so this fabric around the neck is actually, I used washi tape on there, and then for the fur of the mouse, I think I used, so I went in with pencils first, and I went over it with something else and over it with something else and kept going because I just didn't like the way it looked. It doesn't look too bad at the moment. Not my best work, but, and it's right on the front page when you open the book as well. But you know what? It's all a learning curve, isn't it? The background is Distress Inks. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's all I've done. I don't know why I bother buying compilation books because I never usually colour in them. Okay, next. So this is Tales from the Forest Kingdom. So I do like to colour in the actual original books rather than the compilation books. And that compilation book is from all of her older books, so not these newer ones with the new publisher. And this one here I quite like. This is Polychromos and Neocolor 2s, and it is a colour along up on the channel. Now, I didn't really know how to use my Neocolor 2s at this point, but I've created this beautiful marbling effect that I could not recreate if I even tried, I don't think, but I absolutely love the effect. Very early attempt at Neocolor 2s, so not how I would use my Neocolor 2s now, but the effect is pretty good, I think. I really like it. And this page here was a disaster. It's not so bad looking at it now, but if you've seen my completed pages videos from whatever month I coloured this in, I was not impressed. It's the background. The background just looks like baby poop. It looks like baby poop. Yeah, so not a fan of the background, which is watercolour paints. I can't remember what watercolour paints I used, but yeah, and it's Prismacolor pencils, and then either Artex or Toolyart white acrylic paint pen. Not white, there's a creamy colour acrylic paint pen, and the green, we do have some white gel pen. That is the Signo, I'm pretty sure. And some sparkles on the stars, so silver metallic pen, and that is it. Yeah, that is it from Tales from the Forest Kingdom. And next we have Tales from the Witch's Cottage. Now I've got a couple of pages, I think, in this book. And first we have this one here, which is a colour along up on the channel. It is completely Prismacolor pencils. The border, I think, is black Posca, maybe. It's a black marker of some sort. But everything else is Prismacolor pencils. Now, it is a double page spread. I've done one half of the double page spread, and the idea was we could bring all the colours from this page over to this page. So match the background, the moon, the clouds, and the border, and then it's just the cat. So we could do the bow, either the pinks or the purples or even the greens, and then just have to colour in the cat, but everything else would match. Now, I haven't gone back in and done that because I remember how long it took me to do that background. And if I was going to do it all again, I would not use pencils for the background. I would use Neocolor 2s probably, and the moon would probably be the KJ Designs by Karen Gold metallic paint. So I haven't completed it, but I consider this a completed page and this a separate page, even though it is a double page spread. I may go in and complete it one day. This is my other page from the book, and this one is from 2023. This was a Halloween page I did, or a page I did for Halloween, and we have Neo Colour 2 in the background, and I did mix in some gold paint in there as well, so I don't know if it was, I don't know, it's up as on the channel as a colour along. There's some Winsor & Newton gold ink as well, some white Signo, but yeah, I mixed a gold paint in with the Neo Colour 2s. It's Jelly Roll for the border, that circular border around her. And I'm pretty sure that is the only 2 pages I have coloured in this book. Yeah. Okay. Next is Tales from the City Beneath the Stars. And I'm pretty sure I've only got this one double page spread. This is a colour along up on the channel. I love this page. I love the way the sky turned out. I added these little clouds in here, this cloud effect myself. The cobblestones, I added them myself as well down the bottom. I love the colour palette. And this is Prismacolor pencils. Yeah, I love how the mountains turned out. I just love this double page spread in general, but I love the sky. I love my added cobblestones. Yeah, I think that is it. Oh, I like that. What did I just see? This double page, I like that too. Yep, another book I need to work in more often. That is the theme of the day, isn't it? At least every book is worked in. Just need to start filling them up more. So Tales from Atlantis. Now, when I say let's start filling them up more, I did mention in my tag video for my end of year review that I did want to work on some project books which would start to fill them up. So for example, if we did it every 3 months or every 6 months or even every 12 months, just pick one book and work in that as a project book for that period of time, then the books would start to fill up because we would change every year, every 6 months, every 3 months, whatever it is, and then eventually we would have a lot of pages coloured in different books. Okay, so this one here was a buddy colour. I've used Prismacolor pencils for all the pencil work. We've got the Grabby watercolour paint set, the 100 watercolour paint set in the background. There is Folk Art Colour Shift paint behind his head, like a little mirror there. I love that colour shift paint. There's shimmer spray on the background. I don't know what is catching on camera. There is Sparkle Pop. We've got liquid pearls. I love that feeling of the raised liquid pearls. And we have Artex acrylic markers as well to go over the black lines up here. I like his skin, this sort of fantasy skin tone. It was, I think, my first time doing fantasy skin. I've done green skin for Halloween, but not really fantasy skin. And my watercolour did come through onto the page behind. So our little line here is going to have a blue background. And that's not bleed through. It's just, as I'm painting, it goes over the edges because I put a bit of paper behind the paper slips. And it happens to me it's happened to me a few times, so I don't know. I have tried putting washi tape around the edges. That didn't really help, so I don't know. Okay, so this page here is Prismacolors, also the Grabby watercolor paint set 2 for this little sort of faded red background. Winsor and Gold ink is splattered on the page, and CSY metallic paint for all the gold. Like flower stems and stuff. And we've got the fish here. This is Inktense background, Inktense base on the fish. I almost said flowers on the fish. And then polychromos on top of the fish. We have extreme glitter on our bubbles as well. And there's some silver sparkle pop on the page. So I don't know if you can see the extreme glitter, the sparkle pop. We've also got jelly roll glazes on the eyes. Yep, so that is Atlantis. And now we have Hannah's new book, and my favourite Christmas book at the moment is Godule. This will be out, the English edition will be out in Amazon next year. So this is only available at Bocus and iMusic as far as I'm aware at the moment. So now I have coloured this page, which is one of my favourite pages ever coloured. This moon page here, we've got Distress inks for the background. And I think we did Inktense base and Prismacolors over the top. We've got our Sparkle Pop pen for the border and some Jelly Roll Stardusts and stuff on there as well. I just love how smooth that turned out. You can see from my very first Distress ink pictures that I've shown you to now that I have improved a bit. A lot, I should say, not a bit. This one here was a buddy colour last month, and I like the colour palette for this one. I was going to originally do like greens and reds, like traditional Christmas colours, but I wanted to do a pastel palette instead. I did see one of the shops in town here had a pink pastel Christmas tree, and it was really pretty, so I decided to do a pastel Christmas palette instead. And this is all Prismacolor pencils. We've got the KJ design by Karen Gold paint, Jelly Roll glazes, Jelly Roll metallics, Jelly Roll stardusts, and some shimmer spray on Rudolph as well. And I am currently in the process of completing this page. It has taken a while. I'm up to part 3 now, so we're working on the snow, but this should be finished. I reckon I've got another couple of days, and then this will be finished as well. Inktense background. We've got some Inktense basing and Prismacolors on top. And that's it so far. Beautiful book. Do I have a flip through? I don't know if I've done a full flip through of this book actually on the channel, but there's some gorgeous, look at that. Now some pages that aren't what I think of as Christmassy, like these 2 pigs that you could colour all year round. And then some really Christmassy pages. So look at that double page. That's really pretty too. See the horses here can be a wintry page instead of necessarily Christmassy. The cat as well. Yeah. It's just a beautiful, beautiful book. And I've got my eye on, where is it? This double page for my next pages in this book. Hopefully I'll get it done this Christmas. So that is the last of my Hannah books. Okay, next up we've got some Klara Markova books. Now, I love Klara Markova, but I have not coloured in her books very much. And I know she has a new book out at the moment, but I did promise myself that I would not purchase that book until I coloured and filled up more of the existing books that I do have. So I am missing her very first 2 books, I believe. What are they? Tenderful Enchantments and is it Magical Delights, I think. And of course I don't have her newest book either. So the first 2 are out of print. Can't find them anywhere. I would love to add them to my collection if I could ever find them. I do look to see if anyone's selling any secondhand ones, because they are crazy expensive to purchase as well. So I want to fill these up more, and then I will allow myself to buy another one. But I can't justify purchasing another one when I haven't coloured enough in the ones I have. But I have seen the flip throughs of the new book, and it's really pretty. So we have this page here. This is, sorry, should I say what book it was? Fairy Miracles. Okay, so it might start to get a little bit chaotic because I think it is now, what time is it? I've been filming for 4.5 hours, and we're maybe, book-wise, I think we're halfway through, but these books I've coloured less in, so yeah, but it might start to get a little bit chaotic now. This was all Albrecht Dürer's. Now, I don't normally use my watercolour pencils and leave them dry. So I think I use them wet and then dry on top, if I remember correctly. I don't normally do that because I'm not a big fan of the finish, but in Clara's books, they actually have such a beautiful finish. I would quite happily use them dry in Clara's books. I really love how this page looks. I love the color scheme I went with. I did try to keep the palette somewhat limited on this page. It is quite busy. The background, I wasn't quite sure what to do with the background at first because it is a very open space, but we quite clearly have a floor and a wall. And I was just trying to work out how to distinguish between them both, but I have sort of put it a little bit darker here. We've got the glow from the fireplace and then dark around the top as well. And I think it works. I'm quite happy with how this page is looking. And I really enjoyed colouring it too. I had a lot of fun colouring this page. I like all the elements, and it was all Albrook Duras. There is a bit of sparkle on there. I think it must be some silver sparkle pop. Yeah, and some white Tulliards. There's some Winkestella on the teapot. But I had a lot of fun colouring that page, but it is the only page I have coloured in Fairy Miracles. Next up, I've got Fairy Celebrations. This is my favourite Clara book, and I think it might be my most coloured in maybe as well. Let's have a look. So I've got this page, while we're here, I've got this page tagged for December, which I would love to get to and have another page completed. Okay, is that our first page? It's all Prismacolor pencils with some white gel pen. That's everything that's on there. Yeah, I think that's the first page. And I love that page too. There's another one here. This one, I love this page. She reminded me of Little Red Riding Hood. So of course she got a red riding hood, a red cloak. Yeah, all Prismacolor pencils again. I don't even think there's any white gel pen on this page. Or maybe on the blackberries. Yeah. And I think I have another. Here we go. And that page there, I was somewhat inspired by the cover image. So I didn't quite copy the colours, but I did do something similar. And this is with, here we go, Polychromos pencil. So this was on the October of 2019, and I used Polychromos. The gold is the Calero paints, and then the background, the cloud background here is with Prismacolor pencils. So can you see that shine? I love this page. I think it's really pretty. I like the colours that I used, and I'm glad I did the opposite side at the same time too, so I can match the color combos. I don't think I did that. No, I didn't. So I would have liked to have matched the pages. I can still match it up though. Okay, so that is Fairy Celebration. So it's my favorite book, and I've only colored, what was that, 3 pages in it. Favorite Clara book, that is. All right, next up is Fairy Touch of Magic. I might have 2 pages in this book, maybe. No, that's not it. Okay, we've got this one here, which was Castle Art. Oh no, Polychromos. So this was June of 2022, Polychromos pencils. Again, I do like Polychromos on this paper actually. Do I have another one? Don't tell me it's the only. She looks so happy, so cute. Maybe I should aim for like 1 Clara per month or something like that. Actually, no, because that would be a project book. Maybe, I don't know. Depends what people want in terms of project books, actually. There's just too many things I want to do, and I just don't have the time to do it. That's so cute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. That is it, the only page. So June of 2022 with Polychromos. I'm pretty sure, yes, actually I am sure this is a colour along up on the channel as well. That'll be the Calero Gold again. So Polychromos, Calero Gold. distress ink background with the cloud stencil. Yeah, okay. And my other Clara book is Little Secrets from My Fairy House. Now I know I've only got one page done in this book, and I think I was taking inspiration from the cover as well. Now, if I remember, it was at the back. Yep. This page I coloured with Castle Art pencils, and I did not enjoy it whatsoever. The Castle Art pencils just did not work on this paper for me. I do prefer my polychromos over my Prismas. The Castle Arts were just, they were a real chore to try and get them to blend. Now the background is Neocolor 2. I like the background. Oh, it says here I used turquoise and light cobalt blue as my two colours for the background. We've got white Signo CSY paints, which I can see here on his wings, and also down here on the sweets. Jelly Roll Stardust in silver and Pen Touch Gold. So that's the Pen Touch Gold on the key, and those little gold elements around the doors and on the house. Oh, and even up here on the berries. So I do like the page, but I still remember how painful it was colouring the page. I ran out of this colour in the CSY paints, and I really love it. It's sort of this white that shines with this sort of greeny colour. I really like it. Yeah, so that's the only page I've done in this book. I think I was traumatized after colouring that page, so the book got put away to the side and has never been touched since. But yeah, what I might do while I'm off on holidays in the new year, or at home but on holidays from work, is have a look through my books again and maybe just mark like one page I'd like to do in each book. That might be an idea. What are we doing? Rita Berman, this is her spring. Spring. No, autumn. No, spring. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing anymore. This is a spring book. Okay, so her seasons book are my least coloured books. I don't know what is in here. I know there is something in here. Okay, so we have this page here, and I think we've got soft pastel background, Prismacolor pencils, and Pen Touch Gold. And it looks like that could be my only page. Yeah, I think that's my only page in the spring book. Okay, next we have the winter book. Oh, I think I've only got the one. I've got this double page here. This is a colour along up on the channel. I haven't marked when I did it. It was a couple of years back. It'll be in my Rita Berman playlist. So lots of snow. I actually loved this page so much when I first coloured it, and I still love it now. It was a lot of fun to colour, actually. And I think it is the only one. Yep. That's the only page in the winter book. Okay, now we have autumn. Okay, I can see a page already. I think there's only one in this book too. Now, when I reach for Rita Berman, I do tend to normally reach for her newer books. So we have this rainbow page here, which is Prismacolor pencils and a soft pastel background. I actually really like this. I like this concept, and I like the how I blended the background colors. So we've gone from the purple, so through the rainbow, we've gone through the purple to the blues, and then this deeper green, then you've got this sort of yellowy green into the yellow, the orange, and then this red color. Yep, so that is the autumn one. Summer. What have I done in summer? Probably only one page. I've got this one here, which is Prismacolor pencils. There's no background for that one. I do have a couple of pages marked. Is this summer? This is summer. We've got pumpkins in summer. Don't tell me that's the only one. It is. That is my only page in the summer book too. Okay. The land book. Now I've got 2 pages in this one, I think. Oh yeah, let me show you this one first because I love this page. It is one of my favorite pages I've ever colored, ever, that you'll see today. And it is pretty much all Prismacolor pencils, including the background. There is a bit of shimmer spray on there. We've got a bit of stickles, extreme glitter, and Jelly Roll Gold Metallic. But basically all of it is purely pencil work. And there is a colour along for this half of the page. I didn't do a colour along for this half, but it's exactly the same colours. So if you followed the colour along for this half, you can bring it across to this side of the page too. And I do have one other page in this book which I don't particularly like, and I didn't like it. So this is actually a redone page. I didn't like the original version that I coloured, so I wanted to fix it, and I actually made it look worse than what it originally looked. So I don't like this page, and it does play on my mind still. I'm still trying to think of something that I can do to make me like it. What I have been thinking of, maybe sponging some white on there on the background just to break up that yellow, and then maybe putting in some sort of border. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't like it, and I want to fix it again for a second time fixing it. So next up we have the water book, and I know I've coloured one double here, which is this one here, and we have our distress ink backgrounds. Now this is about the time when I first got my Jelly Roll Stardusts, and I've used the Jelly Roll Stardust in blue and silver all over this double page. Actually, I think I coloured this on holidays when I was away. Very simple page, very quick, and yeah, it was a lot of fun to colour. Oh, I'd love to do, is that the cover? It is. I'd love to do this double page. Perfect for summer as well. Maybe for January or February I might be able to colour this double page. Yellow Submarine, anyone? So who else is now singing Yellow Submarine in their heads? Okay, so next up we have Minor Risa Dirt Europa. So I think I've coloured some more pages in this book. So I do prefer these travel books of readers. We have this one here, Colour Along, up on the channel. Now I think all of the colouring pages you're going to see now in my Rita Berman books are all colour alongs, I think. Here I was saying there was more in these books. Ah, here we go. Yep, so another colour along, all Prismacolor pencils, very bright, very bold, vibrant colours. It's very out there, isn't it, that one? This one's really pretty and soft, delicate. I love the colour palette for this one. I like the bokeh background as well. I'll lift that up. I should have zoomed you in for these ones, shouldn't I? What else? Is that all I've done in Europe? Yep, so that's Europa. And now we have Minor Risa Dirt Asia, but I've also got the postcards, and I'm pretty sure I coloured maybe 2 postcards. Okay, there's one. Okay, so this is from January of 2023. Tombow markers for basing, so that's the water-based markers. Prismacolor pencils on top for shading. CSY paints. Jelly Roll Metallic in silver. Pen Touch Gold. And Signo White Gel Pen. And there's the sparkle, and I think there might be another one. Okay, maybe there's just the one. These might be good to take on holidays with me, actually. I think these are like little portions from the pages inside the book too. So let's have a look at the book, because I've got a few pages in this one. There's this one here, which was a buddy colour, and there's lots of shimmer and shine. I think that's Sparkle Pop pens. The background is a soft pastel with shimmer spray, and I think the rest is polychromos. That isn't a colour along that one. This one here, this is a colour along, I believe. Prismacolor pencils, soft pastel for the background, lots of white gel pen work, some acrylic paint pen work. I think it's a Trolle Arts actually. And a lot of jelly roll glaze on these little bits of the flowers. This one here, I love this palette. Very similar to the, was it the envelope and the flowers in the last book? Similar palette. And we've got the bokeh background again. Oh, it's not a bokeh background, it's just a sort of blended different colours. We got green into purple, into pink, into blue. Different colours that are already on the page as well. It's all Prismacolor pencils. There's some Jelly Roll Metallic on the centre of the flowers, and then the white gel pen, and we've got our Pen Touch Gold as well. I did go through a Pen Touch Gold phase at some point. Oh, this one here is a colour along up on the channel, and I love it. Another one of my very favourite Rita Berman pages that I've coloured. I think I've got three favourites. There's one that I showed you in the land book, this one, and there's one in Africa, and they're my three favourites that I've ever coloured from Rita Berman's books. I just love the colour palette on this page. I love how it looks. The whole thing is Prismacolor pencils, the entire thing. There's some white gel pen on there, of course, but there's no sparkle or shine or anything like that. And I really like it. One of my very favourites. This one here, all Prismacolor pencils. This is also a colour along up on the channel. Some Jelly Roll glaze on there and some white gel pen too. This one is a colour along up on the channel as well, I believe. Again, it's all Prismacolor pencils. There is some I don't know if that's, I mean, that could be the CSY metallic paints, I think. And then we've got some metallic silver pen as well. So that is it for the Asian book, and we now have the Africa book. And this one is my favourite of all of Rita Berman's books. If you don't own any Rita Berman books and you're looking to get started, choose Africa. This is the best book so far in her collection, in my opinion. She's also bringing out some English editions of her books next year, which I'm interested in checking out the paper, but they're exactly the same. The covers look a little bit different. She did rework the covers, and I think size-wise it might be a touch bigger if I remember. I did post about it on Facebook. And Rita Berman has confirmed with me that they are exactly the same. The cover is just a little bit different, and of course the names are different, and it's published by a different publishing company. So I'm interested in checking it out and trying out the paper. This one here is, I believe, a colour along up on the channel. We've got soft pastels, and I don't know if that's Prismas or Polys, but it's in the video, and the Kaisercraft Shimmer Mist in gold as well, which hopefully you are seeing. This one here, another colour along. Actually, I think every page that I've coloured in this book is a colour along up on the channel. We have Prismacolor pencils, soft pastel, and the paint here is from Sparks Aquarelle. Yeah. And I'll lift it up so you can have a look. Yeah. This one here was Prismacolor pencils and I think soft pastel for the background. I might have actually done soft pastel down here too, maybe. I think I might have, looking at it. We've got some Jelly Roll glaze now. Not Jelly Roll glaze, glossy accent. I'll put the glossy accent over the door and it changed the purple to hot pink as it does. I did try to sand it back and fix it, but it made more of a mess. So that's why we ended up with a hot pink door instead of a purple door. So there's also the Winsor Newton Gold ink on the outlines of the mountains and the sun. And I'll just try and show you there. Yeah. This next page, this one here, the flamingo, is the other favorite of mine. So this is my favorite from this book, and it was one of my top favorites from 2024 as well. And it is all Prismacolor pencils. We've got some soft pastel in the background, and that nice and shiny, I think it's Sparkle Pop Gold. It's very bright and shiny. We've got some extreme glitter on the butterfly. Yeah. And that could be, oh no, we've got another one here. The safari or the savannah page here. This is all Prismacolor pencils as well. There's some Jelly Roll glazes on the page. A little bit of metallic silver paint. Yeah. Or metallic silver gel pen actually, not paint. Now I think of that. Oh no, and another one. This one is Prismacolor pencils. The background, I'm pretty sure, is soft pastel. And then we've got the CSY paints, I think. Yeah, and then that gold splatter from the KJ Designs by Karen. I can see some metallic Jelly Roll in the purple as well, and the flowers. And I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah. So that's all my Rita Berman books. Next up, I've got Fairy Tales by Emily Lederhol Oberg, and this was an influenced purchase. I was influenced by Katrine once again from Always Colouring, and I've only coloured the one page. This, I started colouring it, and it was a long-term whip, and I actually tried to erase what I could. I think I'd only just started on the books. I erased what I could and then went back in and finally completed it, and I don't mind the end result. Don't love it, don't hate it. I'm glad I had it completed. I really do need to colour some more pages in this book. Actually, that would have been a good winter page or Christmassy page. There's some really fun images in here. I like the busier pages. Yeah. Teacups would have been fun. But that's it. That's all I've done in Fairy Tales by Emily Lederhol Oberg. And next up we have Fairy Tales and Folklore, the reprint from Emily Lederhol Oberg. So this was Sagna Oxagna, I think. Yeah, so the first one was Fairy Tales and this is Fairy Tales and Folklore. So I've coloured a couple of pages in here. And there's my page tracker at the back there. Okay, so here's one. And lucky I've got the page tracker because I can't remember what I used. Inktense and polys. Okay, but what about the background, Karen? Why didn't you write that down? So Inktense basing and then polys over the top for pretty much all of the elements. The background is one of my watercolor paint sets. This is a color along up on the channel, so you can find out from the color along if you're interested in what I use for the background. We've got the KJ design by Karen paint in the gold. We've got Sparkle Pop pink pen here, and the Kaisercraft Shimmer Mist in gold on the background too. So, showing the shimmer. Okay, and I think the only other page I completed was the cover image. Here, the book belongs to page. This is the first page I coloured, and I used my Prismacolor pencils. I did find them a little bit tough on this paper. The paper's very smooth in this book, so I do need to do a paper and pencil test to see what pencils work best. Now, my Prismacolor pencils, I lift that up because that is a very smooth blend. So it doesn't look like I struggled, but I did. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of elbow grease to get that smooth blend. I do love the end result of the page, but it took a lot of work to get there, and the pencils do look beautiful on the completed page, but like I said, I had to work hard for it. So if I can find something that's a little bit easier on the hands, it's not so physically demanding, that'd be better. But yeah, otherwise Prismas, they work okay. They work okay. But I will do a test and see what I can find works better. It says Fairy Tales and Folklore. Next up we have Mythic. Now I've got the pocket colouring edition of Animal Kingdom here. Do I have the large version? I don't. I've only got the pocket edition. And like the Johanna Basford books, I'm not a fan of these miniature pages because it's the same thing. It's just the same image from the original book, just shrunk down. So it is really teeny tiny. But I have coloured a page in here, which is these bees. I love the way their wings look. I use sort of pastel colours with, I think it's stickles on top with a white jelly roll, and then we've got the gold, which is the CSY gold, I think. Yeah, so a little simple page. And that is Animal Kingdom. Next is Woodland Wild, and I think I've got one page completed in this book, which is another bee page. Here it is. So this was a distress ink background with the sheer shimmer spray in sparkle on top. For the wings, I think I used, so this is a colour along up on the channel, but I think I used white acrylic paint and then the extreme glitter hologram on top. And I'm pretty sure I based everything before going on top with Prismacolor pencils. Prismas or polys? I don't know that I wrote that down. It's in the video, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I based maybe with, what did I base it with? Can't remember. It's in the video. And that's it. That's all I've done in this book. So next I've got Secrets of the Sea by Millie Marotta, and I think again only one page. This is a double page here from January of 2023. Yeah, January 2023. I used Black Widow pencils, Jelly Roll Stardust Blue, Jelly Roll Glaze Clear, that's on the eyeballs, and Jelly Roll Moonlight Blue. Okay, yeah, I can see the Moonlight Blue, but I've also seen the Stardust in orange as well. So I'll lift that up. Oh, and the glaze. So around that sort of red colour around the eyeballs is the Jelly Roll Glaze, and the Moonlight is this blue here. So this blue, this blue, this blue, and of course the Stardust is that shiny blue with a silvery touch. And hopefully you can also see on the fish there's orange Stardust as well. that sparkly orange colour. And that is it in Secrets of the Sea. Next up, I've got Island Escape, and I've got a couple of pages coloured in this book. So one is a colour along, and that is this one here. And I'm pretty sure the entire page is Prismacolor pencils. So that is a colour along up on the channel in my Mythic playlist. And I use sort of like the blues and greens for the butterfly and then pinks and oranges for the background, just to contrast the two different elements. And there is a little bit of pen touch gold, I think it is, or jelly roll gold on there as well. Otherwise it's all just pencils. And there's another page in here that I used for a pencil test, this one here. So with the blue water actually has 9 different types of blue pencils, or brands of blue pencils. I have a video up on the channel testing out the different pencils and how they work in Millie's books to find out what pencils work best, because I know some people do struggle with the paper in her books. And I think off the top of my head the winner was Artese's. But if you want to have a look at that video and see which pencils work best and which pencils I would avoid, you can check that out there. I have used some liquid pearls as well. And the Ohuhu glitter markers. The Ohuhu glitter markers. That green glitter marker is a favourite. Is it actually? No, that's the Lightwish golden markers. It's a Lightwish super golden markers in green. I love that green colour. It's really pretty. And that's it. Yep, that is it. All right, let's talk Lulu Mayo, and I'll start with some oldies. We have A Million Cats, and I have one page, I think. That is it. So I do prefer her newer books to these older books. Yep, that is it. So, gosh, I don't know what I've used on these pages because I throw everything, every medium possible. We've got Distress ink for the sky. There's also Distress ink here for the grass. We've got all different colours, CSY paints. There's a favourite colour of mine that I ran out of, that sort of silvery green. I love the colour palette actually. These sort of peachy tones with the sage greens and the those sort of bluey greens as well. Really fun colour palette. I actually quite like this page. I think that might be Winker Stella on the little ghost ears. I thought I based some of this with water-based markers, but maybe not this one. It might be the next book. I love how shiny this is. It's my favourite thing about Lulu books, is just throwing all kinds of mediums and just making it so fun and shiny. Okay, so next up is A Million Dogs. And I've got one page here. I've got a soft pastel background and polychromos, I'm pretty sure, for all the pencil work, and the CSY paints as well. Now, I've mentioned CSY paints quite a bit. I don't use them much anymore. I use the KJ Design by Karen Paints. Actually, I don't use the CSY at all anymore, really. Let me just grab one. Where are they? So here's one here in this tin. Now, they are good dupes. They do sometimes. So, oh, look, see, that's that one that I keep saying is my favourite, and I'm pretty much out of it. Such a pretty colour. I wish they sold that separately. I'll have to see if Karen can, if she has a similar colour to that in the KJ Design by Karen Paints, because I'm obsessed with that colour. Now, her paints obviously are higher quality than these paints, but if you want to get started with watercolour paints and you're looking for something that's a little bit cheaper, so something more budget friendly, these are pretty good. Sometimes they can rub off on your pages, but I mean, you can see here nothing has rubbed off. It can happen though, so be warned. And I think I do have a Lulu book where it has happened that I can show you as well. But it is a good dupe and they're pretty affordable. So if you are looking to start out and you don't want to go straight to the more expensive, the higher quality brands, you can try this CSY paints. So that's it from A Million Dogs and A Million Sea Creatures here, which I can show you because I have some paper in this one. I love this book, one of my favorite books. So I do have a colour along up on the channel for this page, but I coloured it as a PDF. So it's not in the book, but there is a colour along up on the channel. This one, is this one of the ones? Oh, actually, I don't know if you can see that blue coming off down there. I'm not sure if it's showing up. But yeah, that was a blue CSY paint and the white even coming off a little bit. We've got Sparkle Pop pens, Prismacolors. The background is the Artex acrylic markers. I think it might be a Sympatap. I'm not quite sure. It's one of the Artex acrylic markers. Yeah, and then you see these pages here. So you've got the silvery white is actually from Lightwish. The blue, the gold, and the magenta are from KJ, designed by Karen, and none of that has come off. Okay, this is here. You can see they're little white dots. So it hasn't. It's not the paint that's come off. It's just little white dots. Actually, if I turn it that way, out of the light, you might be able to see. Yeah. But look at the blue paint. So none of her paint has come off on my pages, as opposed to the CSY paint, which you can see here has come off in different sections. So it is a risk, but they are great paints as well. As a great dupe, I should say. They're a great dupe. Metallic paint for the background of this as well. It's a Deco Art Dazzling Metallics, I think. Like I said, I just throw everything at this book. And there was another one, wasn't there? Oh, there's two more. So this one I kind of matched the colours of the dolphins and the waves to the other pages. This is also an acrylic paint marker background. Some of these are colour alongs, not all of them. That one's not. I remember colouring that at my parents' on holidays. Yeah, 29th of December 2022. With Prismacolor pencils, Jelly Roll Metallic Silver, Signo White Gel Pen, and CSY Metallic Paints. And yeah, metallic paints on this one have stayed. They haven't come off. Yeah, it's only really that page that I had the problem with the CSY paints. But this one, we have the Lightwish and the KJ designed by Karen paints. And it is all there. Nothing has come off. I love these shimmery shiny pages. I love Lulu's books. And next we have A Million Little Monsters, and got a couple of pages in here. So we've got this one here. That's the color shift paint in the background. I think I've used CSY paints, Lightwish paints, Sparkle Pop pens, Jelly Roll pens. A bit of everything. There is some Prismacolor on there too. There is some pencils in amongst all of that, so I'll just lift that up and catch some of the shiny elements. And there is a page that I coloured as a PDF that's up on the channel as a colour along, so it's not coloured in the book, but as a PDF. This was a buddy colour with Meg's Colouring Corner. I used this sort of gunmetal metallic paint in the background. Again, Prismacolor. So we've got KJ designed by Karen paint in this beautiful lime green here. The magenta, the white is the Lightwish, or the silvery white I should say. Jelly rolls, sparkle pops, all those sort of things. All the usual shiny goodness. And that's the one that is up on
the channel as a colour along. So that one and the dinosaur are colour alongs up on the channel. That one. So that's a colour along, and this page is a colour along, but it wasn't coloured in the book, it was coloured as a PDF. So that's A Million Little Monsters, and my only other Lulu book is the Kawaii Tarot. I love the paper in this book. I think I've got a couple of pages in here. I wonder if that's what I've got tagged. No, maybe not. Okay, so this was from March of 2023 with Holbein's. So Holbein pencils, Jelly Roll Metallic, Jelly Roll Stardust, Jelly Roll Glaze, and Signo White. So I'll lift that up to show you the sparkles. Love the quality of this book, actually. I know there's more, at least one more, if not two more. This one here, oh, I think this, was it the first one I coloured in this book? I think it might have been the first one I coloured. Got the CSY gold paint, based it with Tombow markers. I think this is the Distress watercolour pencils in the background. There's some stickles on this page. Some more CSY paint. I think that gold on the stars, this gold here is a pen touch gold. Yeah. A little bit of sparkle. That might be it. Have I only done the 2 pages? I thought I coloured more than that. That's what they all say. Okay. Next I've got Wildflower Folk by Christine Caron. Now I pick this up every month and choose a page out of it, but I never end up getting to it. So because of that, I actually only have 1 page coloured, and that is this one here. And I used Prismacolor pencils for the entire thing, soft pastel for the background, white Signo and some stickles on the butterflies. And this is a colour along up on the channel, and I absolutely adore her. I love everything about this page. I love her skin, I love her hair, I love the colour choices. I love this book in general, actually. Yeah, and that's the only one I've coloured in, but I keep picking it up, so I will get another one coloured eventually. And next I've got Jasmine Becker Griffith colouring book, A Fantasy Art Adventure. And I think there's just the one in this book too. Yeah. So Clockwork Dragonling. This is a very old page, probably around 2020, I think. And it is purely coloured in Prismacolor pencils. There's a little bit of stickles here on the gem and a little bit of white Signo on her eyes and the dragon eyes. That's it, but I absolutely love this page. I do love it. And I remember colouring the grass, and I was trying to add in my own grass strokes, and it looked like such a mess. It looked like a disaster, actually. But in the end, it didn't turn out too bad. It does look like she's got some green glowiness, like something luminous has exploded near her feet. But otherwise, I actually quite like this end result, and I love this paper. I don't know why I don't colour her pages more. I said that after I coloured in the next book, which is Alice in Wonderland. I only coloured in this, I think it was September or October, for the very first time. So there's only 1 page completed. But after colouring this, I was like, oh, now I remember why I love these books so much. The paper is fantastic. But I've only coloured 1 page in both books. Now this one, I've used the Nione chalk pastels for her skin. I based with Inktense, I think, and then it's Prismacolors over the top, and the background is the Deco Art Dazzling metallic paint. I'll lift it up. I'm pretty sure I'll be in my completed pages video, or it's on my Instagram. So all my pages that I colour, I put on Instagram, and I do list everything I've used to colour it. And I do let you know if it is a colour along. So this is not a colour along, but if you want to know anything I've used, scroll through my Instagram and you will find the products all listed from the last 2 to 3 years. I don't think I listed them at the very beginning. Next is Dreams of Dragons and Dragon King by Raven Phelan, and this is also published by a Blue Angel publisher, so the same publisher that is publishing Jasmine Beckett Griffith books. So the paper is just as wonderful. Again, only one page completed, but I do love this page. I love colouring dragons altogether, so I don't know why I haven't coloured some more in here. And I think, if I remember correctly, I did look up the original painting and sort of took inspiration from the colours of the original painting. So I used Neocolor 2 for the background. Everything else is Prismacolor pencils, and that CSY paint that I said I love and I'm almost out of. This is a page I actually started running out of that paint. I didn't think I was going to finish the page, but I love that colour. It's on the claws. It's on these little shark fins that are on the... Oh no, that's actually... It looks like a shark fin, but I think it's actually the claw. I was going to say these bees have got shark fins, but I think it's like the thumb. If dragons would have thumbs, perhaps. So next up, Secret Worlds by Stephanie Law. Now this book is busy, but the paper is amazing. Did I do this as a colour along? I cannot remember. If I did, there'll be a playlist for it, but the paper is fantastic. It is so nice to work on. This is all Prismacolor pencils. I've used that same CSY colour, paint colour that I liked. Yeah, but this book, see what I mean? There's some busy pages. They look fantastic when they're completed though. Like that would look amazing finished. There's just not enough hours in the day to get through all of these books. But I do want to have a look. Next year I'll have a look at the books where I've only coloured like one page in and see if I can work in them some more. At least get 2 pages in all the books. Okay, we're getting through them. We're almost on our second last shelf. I'm just keeping an eye on the time because I will have to pick up the kids from school or from the bus stop within the hour. I have already been talking for 6 hours straight. So hopefully this video isn't too long. Otherwise, if it is, I'll cut it into 2 parts. But we have Mountain King by R.J. Hampson, which was... Well, no, he's released... I was going to say it's his newest release, but it's not because there's another one that's come out since then. But he did release this year, 2024. I've only managed to colour 1 page so far in this book, but I absolutely love this book. This is my favourite R.J. Hampson book. If you're going to grab one and you don't have any yet, try this one first. The pages are all just really, really cute. So cute. Look at that. The Sea King. That's definitely got to be a summer page. Look at it. Look at the faces. It's just so... Look at these guys. Every time I see it, I just so like cartoon-like, and even this page. So I wanted to colour it more like an animated movie. Because that's what I think of when I look at his pages. They just remind me of my childhood, like cartoons and animated movies and stuff like that. They're just so much fun, and they are single-sided. It is Amazon paper, but you can still use alcohol markers. Just put something in between your pages, like I've done here. Alcohol markers on basically everything. And then Prismacolors over the top. We've got the KJ designed by Karen in the paint golden. We have some Sparkle Pop pens, some Jelly Roll pens, some Extreme Glitter hologram. This is one of my favourite pages from 2024 as well. One of my favourite books too, I think. Favourite new release. One of my favourite new releases. One of my top 5, I think, for 2024. Yeah. So that is Mountain King. And we have Forest Song here. I've got a couple. So that one I just showed you is a colour along. Where are we? I usually colour the first set of images, not the second set. Oh, okay, so we've got Little Red Riding Hood. This is purely Prismacolor pencils. That's all I've used. You can see from the back, there's nothing else on there. Prismacolor pencils and a white gel pen. Yeah, and a white gel pen, and that is it. That is a colour along up on the channel. This is the same Prismacolor pencils and a white gel pen, and also a colour along up on the channel, and you can see there. So just the 2 pages in this book. It is a great book as well. So if you like animals, like forest things, look at that. It's just so cute. Yeah, I like this page too. Hansel and Gretel type of page. Is that the second set? We're still on the first set, I think. Next I've got A Frog's Tale. So I don't have all of RJ's books. He brings them out quite quickly, and I just can't keep up. And I do want to get the others. But here we go. This is A Frog's Tale. This page here I coloured as part of my beginner series of how to base your pages with alcohol markers. So you will find that in my beginners playlist. And there you go. You can see the alcohol markers in the back there. And it was Prismacolor pencils over the top. We've got Distress ink in the background. And for the ground, I've used the King Art gel sticks. And we've got little bits of sparkly embellishments around the page too. All these books are so much fun. So, oh, another page. I forgot about this one. Is it just the 2? Yeah. So, A Friend in Need. This is also a colour along up on the channel. Actually, I think I coloured this one first, and then somebody asked me for a video on how I base my pages with alcohol markers. So this is up there on the channel, based with alcohol markers. As you can see, Prismas over the top and some gold jelly roll for this border. I want to make it look like a photo frame, so I've got this sort of gold filigree border and then the photo on the inside. That was what I was aiming for. I really like the colours I've used on this page. The ground, I love the colour of the ground. I love the colour of the dirt. Who would have thought I'd be saying I love the colour of dirt? But yeah, very fun to colour. I love colouring when I'm basing with alcohol markers. It makes it so much fun, and I love to do that in my RJ books. I do need to get the rest of his books. I do have one more RJ, and that is Christmas Tiny Homes, and I've only just coloured the first page in this in November. It is south, so this is our southern hemisphere Santa here, having a surf on this tropical island. I love this page. One of my favorites as well. It didn't make my top 10 favorite list, but it is one of my favorites. I love how beautifully blended the sky is, the ocean. So it is all based with alcohol markers and Prismacolors on top. And I just really love this page. A lot of Trolle Art white paint pen, and that's it. No sparkle. So that is Christmas Tiny Homes. Okay, we've got Reptiloids 2. I might need to speed myself up a little bit here. Okay, so based with Spectrum Noir Tri-Blends, Tombow Jewel Brush Markers. I did go over Prismacolor pencils on top, but I haven't written that down. Wink of Stella and Signo White, and that was from 2023, January of 2023. So that would have been about the same time that I started trying out my alcohol markers. So I've only been using them for this year and last year. That is another page with alcohol markers and Prismas on top, and I think that's a Pen Touch Gold in the background there. Yeah. And I think that could be my only 2 pages, maybe. Yeah. Next up, we've got Teresa Goodridge's Country Christmas, and I've only done the 1 page in this book, and that is this page here. It's not a colour along, it's a really old page from probably 2020 maybe. I think. So we've got lots of stickles here. So I coloured the little baubles with, or the little lights with coloured pencils, and then I put stickles over the top, which made them reflect different colours as well. And everything else is Prismacolor pencils, other than the stickles. And lots of white gel pen as well. So, another Teresa Goodridge Country Charm. This one was a buddy colour this year. Yeah, this year. And this is the page I completed here with the lemon tree. I used Albrecht Dürer and Polly's over the top, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the sky I think is just Albrecht Dürer. So Albrecht Dürer with some polychromos over the top, and we just got a lot of white gel pen on there as well. A little bit of Jelly Roll glaze too. So a new book for 2024, I believe, is Goddess Colouring, and I finished one page which I had a lot of fun with, and really like this final result. So this is all Prismacolor pencils. We've got, I think that could be the KJ design by Karen Paint in the background, and we've got the Light Wish golden marker as well. But basically it is all, yeah, all Prismacolor pencils. I don't know if I based anything with Tombow markers, the water-based markers. Perhaps. Did I do it as a colour along? I did not. My review for this book will tell you exactly what I used. Next up, I've got Dimensions from Francois Gautier, and I have completed a couple of pages in this book. There is a colour along for this page here, which I love the results of this page. I love the colour palette I used. I think the colour palette, if I remember correctly, was a suggestion from my son to do the green dragon, which is different because he normally says red. Yeah, this is completely coloured with Prismacolor pencils. This was a colour along to show people how to work in this book, because a lot of people weren't so sure how to colour the images with the shading to make it look 3D. And I had completed this page here, and this is all Prismacolor pencils, tiny little bit of white gel pen, but all Prismacolor pencils. And once I coloured this page, there were people saying that they had the book but didn't know how to colour in it. So I did a colour along for this page. So that's up on the channel, and that is it so far from this book. It's great paper too. So next I've got a Colour in Heaven, the Australia edition. So this is from when the bushfires was on, and I coloured a page from Dash Lee. That one there. And I do love this page. It's got, I think it might be soft pastel background. Yeah, soft pastel background, Prismacolor pencils. I did base with alcohol markers. Prisma's on top, and we've got some extreme glitter hologram on the wings of the animals too. Yeah. So next I've got From Halloween to Christmas by Derya Kirkasoy, and I have, do I have more than one coloured in this book? I think I only have the one. Okay, I know I have at least one. Where are you? It's in this section. Here it is. This is a colour along up on the channel as well. Completely coloured with Prismacolor pencils, and there's some Jelly Roll glaze on our little bat's eyes. But other than that, I'm pretty sure it was completely coloured with Prismacolor pencils, I think. I'm not quite sure about the background, but I think. Yeah. So that must be my only one. There is some really cute Christmassy, like look at Santa. He's so cute. Some great Christmassy pictures at the back. That's so cute. Okay, and also from Doya Kirkosoi, I've got Colour and Chicks, colouring book number 2, Fantasy Fairy Portraits, the grayscale version. And I think there's only the one in here too, which is this one here. This is Polychromos, the Chick Fairy. She is up on the channel as a colour along as well. I love the reflection of her glasses. I love how it looks like there is actually glasses in front of her eyes as well. And that is purely all coloured pencil with a little bit of white gel pen. Yep, and that is it from that book. So I've got from Tatiana Bogema Stolova, I've got Nice Little Town. This is the original book, I think. And this is very, very old colouring from probably 2019. It's all Prismacolor pencils, nothing else. And it's all I've coloured in this book. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about this book actually. It might be one, oh that's cute. I was going to say it might be one that I de-stashed, but there is some cute pictures, so maybe. But one book of hers that I absolutely do love that was sent to me is the Vintage Classic Colouring Pages. And there's some beautiful pages in this book. Here we go. Here we go. There's a whole heap of illustrations at the back from all her other books, which is common in Tatiana's books. But look at these images. Look how cute they are. And I did colour. So this was April of 2023 using Albrecht Dürer's only. Stickles and glossy accents. So there's no other pencils on there. It's just Albrecht Dürer's. And that's all I've coloured so far in that book. Okay, next up, Rose and Her Friends. So this is the original and I've coloured. Okay, so I think I coloured 2. This one I believe could be a colour along up on the channel. I can't recall. We've got King Art gel sticks, I think, on the background. The hair was all alcohol markers. Metallic pens by the looks of things. And I think I based all the other elements and then went over them with pencils as well. Now, there is another one in here, which is all pencils. This one here. So that was all Prismacolor pencils and a soft pastel background. And again, I also love her hair. I'm pretty sure this one is a colour along up on the channel. Pretty sure. I love the teddy bear too. I think it looks really cute. So we have Rose and Her Friends 2 next. And there's one page in this book. And that's a little girl here. This one, I think I used Albrecht Dürer pencils and polychromos on this one. And we've got some glossy accents over the mirror. It is a colour along up on the channel. I'm 99% sure. And then the last one from Eveline Van Kotsum is A Sweet Critter's World. And I'm pretty sure it's just the one as well. This is definitely a colour along up on the channel. Prismacolor pencils, Jelly Roll Metallic, Stickles and Signo as well. So I think this is really pretty and elegant. Such a cute little page. I haven't done anything for a background, but I think it doesn't need one. So yes, next up we have Vincent Ong's Nightingale series. So this is Nightingales on one. There's only one page completed in each of these books, and I used alcohol marker for basing. Not that you can tell, but I did. Yeah. hasn't bled through at all. Yeah, I did use alcohol markers for basing. There's the extreme glitter, the hologram on that black background. Very limited colour palette. We've got Nightingales 2, and there are flip throughs of these up on my channel. This one here, I think this is a recently completed one. Kind of a little bit of a boring colour palette, I think. The oranges and the purples. Her skin, there was a lot of grayscale on her skin, so this is alcohol markers. What did I do with the other one? I'm sure I based the other one on alcohol markers, but this one bled through and the other one didn't. Make it make sense. Maybe it was water-based markers. Yeah, her face had a lot of grayscale on it, so it was really hard to get a nice clean skin tone. The hair, most of it is alcohol markers actually. I even shaded with alcohol markers. There is a little bit of Prismacolor, mainly on her sweater because my purple was running out. Okay, we've got Nightingales 3 and where are you? Aha, this one here, the Sanctuary of a Rose. So this was alcohol marker basing as well, and then Prismacolors over the top. And again, I used the extreme glitter hologram on the background. Maybe I need to do that on the background of that, the one in the second book as well. I've done it in the first, I've done it in the third. I should do it in the second too. It might make it seem a little bit less boring. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of the books I'm going to show you now have, I think, only like 1 or 2 pages coloured in. So we have the Ink House by Rory Dobner, very recently coloured in. And this is the page I chose here. I've used the Artex Simpat markers for the background of the wallpaper. I used Inktense, I think, to base the leaves and the flowers. Prismacolor pencils over the top. Distress inks down the bottom here. That is my first page completed in the Ink House. I've had this book for years and finally put colour to paper. I just wish I'd marked down or taken note of my colours so I could have coloured him as well. I should have coloured them both at the same time and done the background so they would match. And another new book for 2024 was Enchanted Creatures by Lolita Aya, and I absolutely love this book. It's one of my favourite books that was released this year. And I've coloured 2 pages. We've got the fox here. So Fascinating Tale of the Fox. I coloured that in August of 2024. Completely with Prismacolor pencils. Love this page. Love the colour scheme. I love the golden colours in the sky, sort of like a sunsetty tone. I've added this water in here. I think it was meant to be like more grass, but I've changed it into water just to add a little bit of colour in there and break it up. And the golden tones from the sky we've brought through onto the leaves and the fox as well. One of my favourite, top 10 favourite pages, I think. And then we had the owl page here, which is actually a colour along up on the channel. So this is a Zendoodle book. So if you're not sure how to tackle Zendoodles, have a look at how I coloured the owl page here, and that'll give you an idea of how I tackle my Zendoodle designs. But I think I have a buddy colour coming next year in this book as well. So I don't know what page. They're all so cute. I like the squirrel page. I like the butterfly page. I like the dolphin page. Yeah, beautiful book. There is a proper full flip through up on the channel. And next up we have Flowerscape in Paradise by Maggie and Terios. And I'm pretty sure there is a full flip through of this book as well. I've coloured a few pages. I seem to have coloured a lot of pages that have the same colour flowers, I noticed. This is why I should have tagged my pages. It's just too many to tag. Okay, we've got this one here. This was completed in March of 2023 with Prismacolor pencils, Distress watercolour pencils. So that is the background, the Tim Holtz Distress watercolour pencils. They match the colours of the Distress inks. I use Speckled Egg, just the one colour. There's Jelly Roll Metallic and Signo White. This one here, Polychromos, Jelly Roll Metallic and Jelly Roll Stardust. So like I said, similar colours. I think they're the only two. Yep. Next up, I've got Layla Dooley's A Flower Year, or The Flower Year I should say. We've got the Foxglove page, and this is a colour along up on the channel. I'm pretty sure it was just Prismacolor pencils. And I think I've only got one other page completed, which is this here, if you can even call it a page. And that was Prismacolor pencils too. So they're my only completed pages in this book. I do need to get some more done. Next I have a Beautiful Planet, or just Beautiful Planet from Layla Dooley. And I'm pretty sure there's only the one page. Okay, this one here. So I use Prismacolor pencils, Signo White, Jelly Roll Metallic, the Distress watercolor pencils, the Tim Holtz ones, and Jelly Roll Glaze as well. I actually quite like the soft look to this palette. I'm pretty sure it is the only page. This is up as a full flip through too, up on the channel, full book review. Oops. So next is Gnomes in the Neighborhood by Denise Klett, and I think I've only done the one. So we've got this one here from June of 2023. I used Chroma Flow pencils, Neocolor 2 for the background, Tombow water-based markers off a palette, so not directly coloured onto the page but coloured onto a palette and then picked up with a brush for basing, as well as Lyra aqua brushes that I've used direct to the page. That'll be this like dark brown colour. There's a Jelly Roll Stardust and the Kaiser Mist, the iridescent spray, which is this really dark sort of black colour. It does have a little bit of shimmer to it, but it's hard to see. Very hard to see on camera. And White Signo. And I'm 99% sure that that's all I've coloured. I actually saw someone flipping through this the other day, saw Christmassy pages. I'm like, oh, how did I not notice that? I'm sure it was this book. So definitely going to have a good flip through these books next year and mark a page from each book that I might be interested in colouring. So I think this one, this is Fairies in Dreamland by Denise Klett, and I'm pretty sure this is my only page. Did I use alcohol markers? I don't know. Don't think so. I may have... What did I use? It's not a colour along, I don't think either. My completed pages, if you have a look on my Instagram, like I said, that'll list everything I've used if you just scroll back through there. It's soft pastels, I believe, on the background with the Kaiser Craft Shimmer Mist in gold. I don't know if I based with some water-based markers and then went over the top maybe with polychromos. It's looking like polychromos to me. But that is the only page I've coloured so far, and I think that's an extreme glitter hologram on her wings. Yeah. Next I've got Masha's Christmas by Masha Vanderberg, and I've coloured just the one page. I think this was Christmas of 2023. I coloured this. It is all Prismacolor pencils, and then we have, ooh, I think it's Sparkle Pop pens. It's either the Sparkle Pop pens or the Ohuhu. Could be the Ohuhu glitter markers. I've got Light Wish golden markers that I can see. It might actually even be the Light Wish glitter markers instead. That'll be my December 2023 completed pages videos, or up on Instagram. So next we have Camilla Derrico's Pop Manga Dragons and Other Magically Mythical Creatures. I've got a couple in this book, and I think both are colour alongs. This one here I know is a colour along up on the channel. Great practice for colouring eyes. I guess we've got blue eyes, a purple eye, and I actually really like how this page looks. I love her hair. I love the different eyes that I've created as well. And of course we've got our cloud stencil with our distress inks for the background. And this other one I coloured just this October, so I'm pretty sure I did it as a colour along as well. It was really quick and easy actually. We got distress inks for the background. I did base the werewolf and then I coloured over the top. I don't know what I based it with, whether it was Inktense and then Polys, Inktense and Prismas, or Albert Durers and then Polys. And then KJ designed by Karen for that moon. But this will be my October completed pages, and it should be a colour along up on the channel too, in a playlist for Camilla de Erico pages. Alright, we have about 15 more books to go, so hopefully you're still with me. And Mouse Guard here by David Peterson. I don't think this is very easy to get. It's out of print. I know a lot of people are struggling to get this book at the moment, but this is the page I coloured here in April of 2023. And I used Distress watercolour pencils, the Tim Holtz ones. If you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say that, it is, where are they? These things here. These are the Distress watercolour pencils. There's, I've got 3 sets, but I'm pretty sure they brought out some more sets. And they match the colours of the Distress inks too. So that's what I mean when I just say Distress watercolour pencils. They look more like a crayon than a pencil, but they're called pencils. So we've got white Signo and some stickles. The stickles is just on his eye. I do need to colour some more pages in this book. I think I'll base them with water-based markers maybe, because they do have those thick lines, thick black lines. Yeah, that is all I've coloured in Mouse Guard. Now, Rhapsody in the Forest, that is down for a colour along for December, which I have not yet got around to. And this is technically a whiff, but it will be finished in December. And I'm following, somewhat following, a colour along by Chris Chang for this page. And I'm just doing the bluebird here for now. I may do the cat a little bit later, but I'm just following this one now, or loosely following Chris's colour along for that page. That's all I've done in Rhapsody in the Forest, but I do have the reindeer page here somewhere. This one here marked for December. Hopefully I can get around to colouring that one. And now I have Sprook Jespos by Tomislav Tomic. This is the only book of his I have, and I've coloured, I think this is the only page I've done. Prismacolor pencils, Jelly Roll Metallic Gold, and white Signo. Yep. Such a gorgeous book though. If you are interested in colour alongs from any of these books, let me know and I will jot down your suggestions. Next I've got Mythographic Magical Earth. This is by Joseph Kattenbang, and I've got a couple coloured. This one I think was either from October or November. Soft pastel background, based with alcohol markers, Prismacolors over the top, and KJ designed by Karen, plus the Kaiser Craft Shimmer Mist. And it is a colour along up on the channel. And the other page I've coloured, this one here, is also a colour along up on the channel. It was... when did I colour this? This is a Neo Colour 2 background, but it was before I really mastered my Neo Colour 2s. I really do like the effect that I have on this page. It actually really matches it, but it is an early attempt at Neo Colour 2s. And the rest is just Prismacolor pencils. This is a single-sided book though, so it does work really well with your alcohol markers. And it is a beautiful, beautiful book. So many fun pages. So now I've got, I'm going to show you a couple of, I was going to say horror books. Are they horror books? They're creepy Halloween type books. So we've got Mythogoria Night Horrors. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these Halloween type books to show you. So just forewarning, because I know some people don't like to have a look at these books. And yeah, so the next 5 books will be these books, but I will timestamp everything so you can skip ahead if you don't want to watch this. This was Neocolor 2 background, and I think Prismacolor pencils for everything else. Lots of white gel pen as well. Again, a very early take on Neocolor 2s for me. I say that it was probably like 2022 or 2023. I coloured this when it was released. This is by Fabiano Atanasio. When was it released? 2022. Okay, so that was coloured in 2022. I'm pretty sure there is a colour along as well. But yeah, I don't think I really got the hang of my Neocolor 2s until maybe 2023. So very early colouring for that one. And we have, next up are my Beauty of Horrors. So I've got the Tricks and Treats. So this is from Alan Robert. And I've got 2. So I'll show you this one first. This is all Prismacolor pencils. There's nothing on here. That's it. Prismacolor pencils. And then I coloured this page here, which I actually like. When I coloured it, I hated this page. It was my very, very first time using Neocolor 2s. Very, very first time. And it didn't turn out how I wanted it to at the time. But looking back, it fits the page perfectly. It actually really suits the page. The colours from the writing here and the pumpkins and the blue from her outfit just come through onto this background really well. So although it wasn't intentional and I did not like it at the time, it is a happy accident, because when I look at it now, I think it fits the page perfectly. So I quite like it, despite it being my very first attempt at trying Neocolor 2. So Beauty of Horror, this is the first one. Only 1 page completed, I think. And that is this final page here. Got a distress ink background, and everything else is Prismacolors. I think that's Wink of Stella maybe, over the top of the skulls and stuff. Bit of glossy accent on her eyes. But that is it from Beauty of Horror, the first book. And I've got another Beauty of Horror here, which is Creature Feature. And this is based on movies. So I've done this one here, or movies and TV shows. This is from Stranger Things. And this is Prismacolor pencils too. This is a colour along up on the channel. This one was all Prismacolor pencils. I do quite like that background actually. Actually, I quite like the, okay, take her out of it, and it actually looks like quite a nice page. So she looks a little bit creepy, but the rest of the page actually looks quite nice. Yeah. And that is the only one, yeah, in that book. So I have Beauty of Horror 5, The Haunt of Fame next. And this is my last of the scary books. I've only coloured 1 page, and it is Steve Irwin. That is a colour along up on the channel as well. And he is coloured with polychromos pencils and soft pastels for the background. I like that colour palette too. Okay, this next book is Language of Flowers. Now this was sent to me by Hinkler, and it was only sold in Australia and New Zealand from QBD Books, or in Australia from QBD Books. I don't know if you have that in New Zealand, but it was only available in Australia and New Zealand. I don't know if you can still get it. There's no real artist name that I can find written on here for the illustrator, but yeah. Artist Jane Hayes, Hayes. Yeah, okay. So this is the only page I've completed in this book as well. double page of purely Prismacolor pencils. Entirely pure Prismacolor pencils. There's not even any white gel pen. Nothing on this page, but I really like it. This is a really early one. This would have been the beginning of 2020. Yeah, I think I had my channel then, so it would have been beginning of 2020. I think there's a flip through up on the channel actually. So Watercolor with Me in the Forest by Dana Fox. I do have a few pages in here. Oops, I think I skipped one. No. Okay, I've got this one here, the Wild Roses. So here's a picture of the image that you're trying to somewhat recreate. It's hard to recreate exactly a watercolor page because the watercolor will do different things for you than it will for others. The butterfly page here. That was a grabby 100 watercolor set from February 2023. I've got these flowers and the caterpillar. That is all I've done so far in this book. Next I have the Botanical Mandalas by Domenica Stopper, and I've got all my colour combos written down here because I am matching them. So I did start off with alcohol markers, and naturally, because it is Amazon paper, they bled through. So I swapped to my Brut Fiona rounds, and I just colour matched as well as I could to the tri-blends that I used on that page. So I am colouring all the borders exactly the same in this book. That is the plan. So my daughter and I have been answering all the questions together. So she writes her answer and I write mine. So it's all, so it's a colouring book and a self-discovery journal. So for example, what I know to be true today that I didn't know a year ago, questions like that. What actions can I take to simplify my life? So my daughter and I have been filling this out together. She writes her answer and then I write my answer. Yeah, so still quite a bit to colour in. Other than the borders, that's the only page I coloured, and I have used soft pastels in the background just to try and cover up that bleed through. I should probably use, because it really is outside of that circle most, but I probably could have used distress inks or watercolour paint maybe. Might have covered it better. So next I have a Mindful and Meditative Colouring by Gitanjali Behera, and I have coloured these pages here. They remind me of Tuscany for some reason, and I like the colour palette that I use here as well. Fun pages to colour. It's a cute little book, and there is a flip through up on my channel. Some really cute pages. The paper's not too bad. It is quite smooth. So I have used Prismacolors on this paper. Prismacolors are probably not the best pencils. Similar to Fairy Tales and Folklore. Although I did get a better result on that paper. Yeah, I think a firmer pencil would work better in that paper. I don't know if this one counts as a colouring book, but I've got spiral scopes here that someone, a friend actually gave it to me, and I was colouring them from the beginning. This is my mindless colouring. This sparkle is from the Anko glitter pens, and hang on, I have some next to me. These ones here, I think they came in a pack of maybe 10 colours if I remember correctly. They're from Kmart. They were like $4 I think, and I did end up buying 2 sets of pens, and I used 1.5 just on this page here, but they are super shiny, so they don't last long. They are just cheap, but they are really pretty. I don't use them often in my colouring books because I know that outside of Kmart Australia, people probably cannot get their hands on them. But if you are in Australia, go check them out. Someone else suggested them to me, actually. I can't remember who. They sent me some photos, emailed them across to me because I wanted something other than, I was using my black Triplus fine liner pen, my trusty Staedtler Triplus pens that are still going strong all these years later. Now, Serenity, I'm a little bit stuck in this book at the moment. I am colouring a page which is technically a whip, this one here, but my Jelly Roll Glaze pen ran out, and I don't live near shops. I live in the middle of nowhere. I did go up to Sydney a couple of weeks back, and I went into Officeworks because it was next door to where I had an appointment, but they didn't have any packs of the Jelly Roll glazes. They didn't sell them separately. What I should have done was a click and collect if I had thought about it beforehand, but yeah, so now I have ordered some off Amazon, but they won't come until the end of the month, I don't think, so I can finish off the Jelly Roll glaze and then I can do my background. But once I do that, it is all done, and I think she looks absolutely stunning. And that's the only page I've coloured in Serenity by Anastasia Ellie Caldereva. I love her work and I love the paper in her books. I do only have this one though because, like I've said about other artists, I do need to colour in the books more before I go and purchase more of their books because they aren't cheap, those books either. All right, second last we have Halloween, Mischief and Magic by Jane F. Hankins. Now, these books are sold out. She doesn't make these books anymore. You can't get your hands on it from Jane. You might be able to pick it up secondhand somewhere, or a marketplace or something like that. But unfortunately, she no longer sells them. She does still make colouring pages, but her publisher, oh, off the top of my head, the publisher closed down. I did do a Facebook post about it at the time. I can't recall exactly what happened now. She is still making colouring pages though, so you still can. Oh, I love that. That is so much fun. Actually, I think the page I coloured, yes, that's it. So this one I did do a colour along for. Very early attempt at Neo Colour 2, and I think I use Neo Colour 2s for most things actually. Such good paper. And then Prismacolors for other things. I love her illustrations. They're just really fun. But that is all I've coloured in this book. I haven't coloured in it much because I know I can't really, or if I do a colour along, people can't really access it. So I don't want to do colour alongs on books that are really hard for people to find if I can help it. Now I have one last book which is not going to fit in our frame, and it is the Book of Wildergorn, the best quality book I have ever received or purchased. This one was sent to me by Jamie Courtier, and I absolutely adore this book, and I need to stand up for it, so excuse my chair. Oh, it is so squeaky. Okay, now I can't zoom you out any further at the moment because I have stuff everywhere and nothing is fitting on my desk. So let's open the book up. There is a full book review up on the channel, and I have 2 pages completed. So we have this one here, and I'll fold it like this so I can show you. Now every page in this book I'm going to do the same border, which is with Distress inks and the black Jelly Roll glaze. So I use so many different mediums in these books. They are colour alongs up on the channel, so you can see the mediums I'm using, such as alcohol markers, ink tints, water-based markers, pencils, the Ohuhu glitter pens, the Sparkle Pop glitter pens. Everything you can think of gets thrown at these pages. I have another page somewhere. I think it's closer to the front. Yeah, this one here. I'll just fold that over. Okay. This was the first page I coloured in this book. It is absolutely massive. Like, that's my hand. 1, 2, I have pretty long hands. 2.5 hands.
I love it. Love this book. And it does sit right next to me. And every time I look at it, I think I need to colour in it more. And I do think, and I mentioned in another video, that I might go through and do all the backgrounds on all the pages, because I am going to make them match anyway. So it can be a little bit of mindless colouring when I don't have much filming time or anything like that. Or, you know, sometimes when you're sitting waiting on the phone, I can go and colour in all these little black bits maybe. So that is The Book of Wildergorn by the very talented Jamie Courtier. So go check out that flip through on my channel and review. Okay, so that is everything I have to show you for my coloured pages at the end of 2024. It has been a wonderful year, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you if you're still here watching this video, because it has been really long. I think I've been filming for about 7 hours, so thank you for sticking around. But also thank you for all your support throughout the year too. Thank you for everyone who has joined in on my colour alongs, and I loved seeing your interpretations and recreations of the colour alongs as well. And of course, supporting my other videos and things as well. It's been fun today flipping through my books and seeing what I've coloured, where I started, where I'm at now. I always like looking back and seeing my beginnings as well as where I'm at now. And in another year from now, it'd be interesting to see how much I've developed my skills from now until the end of next year. So on that note, thank you so very much. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know down below if there are any books that you would like to see a colour along in for the new year. And also, did you have a favourite page from today? I had a few favourite pages that I mentioned on my way through the video, but I can't pick one. I don't think I can pick one. But on that note, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful holiday season. Take care, stay safe, and love to you all. Bye for now.